appointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I better keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we vote tell you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government makes you lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them. I'm not.
3 of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them in the violence or still any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Bwaka administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Bwaka administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bwaka administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and work away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power, by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. You know, they put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
There's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. When I remember, when
2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I'll put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition,
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Wednesday, middle of the week. I am Jerome Gayman. I'm your host, as usual. We are here to discuss the Republic of Liberia. Let me go over the disclaimer. The platform has a distinct but very clear and concise disclaimer. We host many guests on this platform, and most of us come with our own opinions, our own perspective on things, on how things are and how they should be. Those opinions expressed on this particular platform are not the position of the platform. We ask that you be respectful during these debates, as we know how it gets. Sometimes it gets to be very, very heated. We desire to have a healthy discussion. We want to take out the toxicity, the views expressed by our guests, including people within our chat rooms and our comment sections. Those are the opinions of our guests, and they are solely responsible. When the platform has an opinion, it will be made clearly in writing. It will be posted in our chat room, on our Facebook page, our social media pages, and our website. We are an independent platform. We do not support the government. We do not oppose the government. We do not promote any party, because we all come from different parties here, different persuasion, political persuasions. But we have one thing in common, which is the Republic of Liberia. If you came here to sell us something rotten, we will push back, and we'll push back very hard. We need to come with facts. Absence of facts, we want you to let our audience know that this is your opinion. Like the American man say, opinion is like what else? You know what I'm talking about. Everybody has one. When it comes to opinion, Liberians are not lacking. So we are saying here, the opinions expressed on this platform from our guests, from our audience, are their own, and they are responsible, including myself. I do not officially speak for this platform. I'm the host. When management wants to make an opinion, it will be in writing. For those of you who have accepted to sit across the table or the desk from me in our hot seat, be prepared to have people push back. So when you are appearing on this platform, you better be ready, you better be well armed with your facts. Let me welcome our audience in Radio Land, all of our friends and families on Truth FM 96.1, Care Radio. Share the show. Let's get ready. It's going to be, today we're going to be a little more legalistic. Our guest is a lawyer. He's coming on to enlighten us on legal issues, especially those things that are trending. He will be here between the hours of 5:30. We ask him for a 2 hours audience. We are hoping that he will be here. His schedule will allow him to give us 2 hours where we can discuss these issues and more. His name is Councillor Dara Ambrose Yima, Senior. Specifically, we are going to be talking about the economic sabotage case verdict that were handed out a few days ago in the Republic of Liberia in the Criminal Court C. We are also going to be delving into our judiciary, our legal system. Do you still have confidence in our judiciary, in the judicial system? As a man who is member of the bar, we do not expect him to answer that question. That question is for our audience. But if we were to take a poll, if you were to walk down the streets of Monrovia and you ask, can you get justice in this republic if you don't have money or you don't have status or if you don't have class? The answer is going to be resounding no. If you have ever been in court for a piece of land, for those of you, including myself, who have paid for one lot 3 or 4 times, many of you have taken your cases to court, and you have issues just getting on the docket. And if we were to open the line and let the ordinary people call in to give us their experiences with the judicial system, you would be shocked. Just as everything else in the Republic of Liberia, This is not a judiciary or a judicial system established and maintained for the little people. And I know what you're going to say, well, you know, it's like that all over the world. We are not talking about all over the world. We are talking specifically about Liberia. So we are going to be here to discuss. Maybe at times we are going to ask our counsel to go back into the history. We're going to be asking the counselor about some historical cases. Some, like Barack Obama said, some of the cases and some of the findings and some of the rulings will make you cringe. Like this week, we were hearing from men and women who are members of the Liberian Bar Association who said they do not accept they will not accept the system as is. The Republic of Liberia, represented by the Solicitor General, persecuted Honorable D. Pewee. In defense of Pewee is Councillor Johnson. A day or two before the verdict, the Solicitor General had a chat with the press, overconfident that he had nailed the case. He said, basically, it's just a matter of time before I appear before you with victory in hand. He says, I have no doubt that I have done a superb job beyond all reasonable doubt that these men are guilty. He was out there beating his chest, bloviating, full of exuberance. I guess he said, sending the Liberian people that parable. He felt that his Christmas Eve was so good. He has predicted. He said, my Christmas Eve is so good. I feel good about myself that my Christmas is going to be even better. Excellent. What did he say in parable? If your Christmas is going to be good, you will know it on the eve. He said, this is the eve of the verdict. I feel good about myself. I know I got it. Then when Christmas came, he was shocked. And some members of the Liberian Bar Association, practicing lawyer, graduates of the Outer Grand School of Law, came back and said the government should take an appeal. Something that is unprecedented, unheard of in the court of law, in our jurisprudence. There was a gentleman, I won't call his name because I don't think he's worth the elevation on our platform. He said the few men who were found not guilty, if they appealed their verdicts to the Supreme Court, and if the Supreme Court intervened, that invalidates towards victory. I am not a lawyer, but this is what they are saying. You do not have to have a PhD in law to understand this. Toy is not going to be part of the appeal. So then how is it possible for the Supreme Court to rule in another case and the verdict in that case should be binding? This is why the lawyer is going to be here to talk to us. This is why the legal system is so wide. You do not have to be a lawyer to understand some of these things. Yes, when it comes to criminal proceedings and the processes, the lawyer can tell you that, but when it comes to deciphering what is common sense, what just happened? After both legal teams and defense teams made their pleas and preached the law, it were the common men and women, 12 jurors, using the instructions from the judge, coupled with common sense. They came out and said the man is not guilty. When I was listening to the case, when it came, and I'm going to repeat this might be the 10th time that I'm saying this, but I, as a little man, common man that do not have a law degree, can surmise that if you submit in evidence copies of documents, a smart defense lawyer is going to say, thank you for the copy. Now, where are the originals? The prosecution submitted checks, returned checks, bank documents into evidence. And then the defense countered. Said, thank you very much for the copies, but where are the originals? The prosecution said, you don't need the original. We don't have it. But if you do not have the original, how did you get a copy? The copy is or should be an exact replica of the original. So if you do not have the original copies of these documents, chances are these documents are fabricated, they are fake. Even my twin girls who are still in school listen to that and say, but is this how they do it in Liberia? My wife, who is not a lawyer, but she has sat on some jury trial here in Palm Beach and in St. Lucie County in Fort Pierce. They usually send notes back to the judge and say, Can we see this? Can we see that? Can you explain this? Sometimes in a civilized country, the judge would not even allow you to submit such a crap into evidence. Unless the judge will say, you know, let's just leave it to the jury and let them see it over by it. But the common people in Liberia got together and said, this is something that the Kru people call fitija, tabata. This is complete fitija. This is complete tabata. Who do you think we are? Because we are pimping drivers, because we are marketeers, because we are common bankers, because we are co-water boys and girls. So you think we are stupid? He came back with no verdict. I mean, they came back with a verdict. They found him not guilty. If you were following the case, you would have never known that there were other people in this case besides Samuel Pewee. So it seems this was a fishing expedition. They were targeting one person and one person only. Now that it shot and missed, members of the legal team on the side of the government, sympathizers, supporters of the government are saying, we cannot accept this. Instead of saying, okay, we were able to get at least some conviction, we take little solace in this. They decided we are going to go after him. There was one government official who said that we didn't get him here, we'll get him somewhere else. So this case would never end until we find him guilty. This is analogous to a soccer game. You know, you'll go to the soccer game, you know it's only 90 minutes and then maybe 5 minutes of overtime. The home team is down by 1. And we are in the 90th minute. And the 5-minute extra time came and passed. And the referee won't blow the whistle. They will just keep playing and playing and playing and playing because they are on the side of the home team. They will keep playing until the home score, then it redeems, so it'll be 1-1, so at least it can be a draw. That's what they are doing here. They lost this case against Samuel Pewee, and they will continue to drag it until they can win him. That is what we are talking about here. You know, you leave Buchanan, you know, you got a team from Basel go to number 3 district to play John Eddie's team in Weed district. And Weed district is down by 1 goal. But the referee just refused to blow the whistle, and they just keep playing. They will play until Buchanan or Martin Sparrow from Buchanan score. They want Martin Sparrow to score, or we district, the whole team is down by 1, and Buchanan is up. Well, the referee is from we district. So the referee wouldn't blow the whistle. They just keep playing and playing and playing and playing, hoping that we district will score so the game can be tied. Some people say, but referee, blow the whistle, it's dark out here. The kind of district being in the lead, they will kick the ball way in the bush. They will go for it, bring it back and say, y'all keep playing. They just want to keep playing until we score. The government is going to be trying Honorable Pewee until they can catch him. They will try him here. They say he's not guilty. Okay, then we're going to finance ministry. We try, he's not guilty. Okay, we'll go to commerce ministry. Did you sign some check here for right? We try you there. If you say no, well, did you, Minister of State for President, did you release money there? They said no. They will just keep going and going and going. This is what we're talking about. This is political witch hunt. You don't have to be a lawyer to understand what is happening. So our legal mind is going to come in. We're going to have some fun. Obviously, we're having some fun. But the legal mind is going to be here. Dara Ambrose Yuma Sr. is going to be here to give us some legal advices or other things. We are going to be talking about the Liberia jurisprudence. I know in the United States, and it should be in Liberia, the legal system entails everybody. Police, eyewitnesses, social workers, medical personnel, detectives, science, you name it, they are all part of this this legal ecosystem. So don't be carried away, don't be fooled by anyone who says, if you are not a lawyer, you should not opine on legal issues. It is a fallacy. I have an opinion. If I don't know what certain terminology means, I go to a lawyer and say, what does this mean in the legal term? And the lawyer is going to say, this is what it means. But it doesn't mean that because I am not a lawyer, I cannot opine on what I see glaringly. When I'm sitting as a juror, number 12, number 11, number 10, the law says we have to be tried in a court of competent jurisdiction. And my fate should be in the hands of my peers. And that's what happened here. The government came and made their case. The defense came and rebutted everything that they said. I heard Councillor Johnson say, let's go to discovery. I guess this is where everything that you had against me, all evidence has to be shared to give me ample time to prepare and put up a defense. So after you present your evidence, we come back and say, well, this is missing. You gave me a bottle of water in evidence, but the bottle of water did not have a cap. I will come back to you and say, sir, the bottle you gave me does not have a cap. It's supposed to have a cap. But Liberia is a strange place. To actually find lawyers that went to the Arthur Grand School of Law, passed the bar exam, a lawyer that went to the Arthur Grand School of Law, passed the bar exam, and allowed to practice before the court, to come out and say that Samuel Pewee was found not guilty. And if anybody in his entourage or any of his co-defendants, if they appeal to the Supreme Court, that would invalidate his not guilty sentence. And that person said he or she practices in front of the Supreme Court of Liberia. It makes you wonder. That's why we are going to be asking the question, do you trust our judicial system? Let me welcome Honorable Peabo. Welcome to the show.
Mr. Gilman, good to see you, man. You got your one here. I think the guesses should be in the back. As I can see.
We are waiting. I can see people in the comment section. They're ready.
Okay.
And knowledgeable lawyer, well accomplished. So we are willing, and we're going to be learning a lot from him.
Sure. Yeah.
I know you come and open your class, and I'm a student. I want to learn as much as I can.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the show. But Gilman, thank you you've been holding it down, man. You've been holding the show down. Thank you. It's good to see you, though.
Truth in Ink is in the back. Oh, law.
Mm-hmm.
They just released him.
I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, I think Joe basically had put him in jail with our brother there. He been away for a long time. Hopefully he's well and okay. Yeah, but what I'm hearing, Honorable Peabo, is the government and some supporters of the regime are saying they're gonna keep trying this man until they can find guilty or something. It's so funny. I was just talking about, when we used to play football back home or a little bit. When you're down by one, you don't want the referee to blow the whistle. They all keep playing until you score. The government is down by one goal. And they tell the referee, don't blow the whistle, let play until we score. So we just keep playing this thing until it's dark and all. We still playing in the dark because you want to score. That's what's happening for some people who are lawyers in Liberia. That actually licensed to practice law to say if the Supreme Court overturns the other people's guilty plea, then they will bring Pewee back to retry him. What is wrong in that country?
But one of the things, Mr. Gilman, I was just reading today. I understand the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Liberia, Wese, Wese is saying that talk about tampering with jury, and I was just a little amazed that
the Supreme Court Chief Justice said that.
Yeah, something that Myean posted it on our page. He wrote a story, and then so I was concerned that how would such a thing go to the Supreme Court? Why would the Supreme Court Justice even want to get into something like that, though? Myean posted 8. Let me be right. Let me make sure I'm right. That I got the right story, but I know I read something about Judge Wese that he posted. He said that the Chief Justice Yami Wese reportedly ordered an investigation involving employee to allege jury tampering in the just ended $6.2 million corruption case at the Criminal Court C. The decision had gathered that Justice Yami Wese has ordered an investigation involving some employees of the Supreme Court to an alleged juror tampering in the just ended case. So this is, I don't know what's going on. Anyway, we have a lawyer coming on to talk to us today. So I don't want to jump the gun. But
maybe somebody should investigate him for sentencing somebody to 6 months in prison. when the Constitution says that person can only be sentenced for 30 days, he needs to be. Somebody need to look at him.
I'm the guest at the back. If you're ready, we can.
Yeah.
If we're ready, we can bring them on. But why is Myean having this funny layout here today? And I call him, I'm not even getting him. But when you're ready, we can bring the guest on, Mr. Gayman.
Yeah, bring the guest on. We have him until 7 o'clock. Look. There you go.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got the 3 greatest minds in the Republic of Liberia, I would say on planet Earth. Dr. Peabody, Councillor Yuma Sr., and then Truth in Ink. Truth in Ink, hopefully they didn't lock you up in Liberia, you're just coming back. But let me welcome the star of the day, our guest.
Councillor D. Abusman.
Oh, good evening, gentlemen. Let me say it's really a pleasure to be here with you. It's good to see you, Peabody. Long time no see.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, my brother.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, you disappear, my man.
Oh, man, you know how we do it. We've been disappearing since Ghana Day. I don't know why the screen like this. I'm trying to work it out so that.
Yeah, I don't know why, but anyway, it's. I hope my audio and everything is
very clear.
Yeah. So thanks for the invite, and I look forward to having a discussion with you all this evening.
Excellent. Let me welcome our Truth in Ink. Seleke, welcome back to the show.
Oh, and my brother Sidiki there, I ain't even making my boy Ben here down, talking Ben here down.
You are muted, my man. Seleke, you are muted.
Yeah, Mr. Nah, I thought I should have my re-entry on the show with your coming in today as a guest to be able to learn a lot from your own knowledge. I've been away from the show for a while, dealing with a couple of other issues, trying to reconnect. So, but today I thought to come on. I got some free time now, school, work, and all the different stuff. So it just been a little thing that I needed to process on. But I thought that, I couldn't make the show today, the dawn of the microphone and all of that. And then also now a legal luminary or politician or commentator. So, I think it's going to be a wonderful show today with all the legal controversy ongoing in the country. I thought I should, come in and learn a little bit today from what you have to offer us. So it's good to be back, Gayman. And thank you again for keeping the truth, the wheels burning for a closing argument. My brother and friend, the Reverend Kamara Corner best friend. Good to see you.
You see, you
see. Todo para la best friend. Good to see you, todo para la best friend.
Yeah, para my brother, man. My brother, My brother.
So if he doesn't say something, then I doesn't understand, fella.
I mean, the man was speaking under pressure. The pressure that day, but man. Beyond beyond that, as the I call the senior counsel said, English is none of our first language. So the man's a kissing man.
So
when you say a dozen?
Yeah, the matter was speaking about translating from Kisi to English. So yeah, you know.
Listen, I see behind the councillor they say Black Lives Matter. Okay. So
Councillor D. Ambrose Myean Senior.
Yeah. Actually, councillor, help us pronounce your name. How you pronounce that name?
Just what the man pronounce it.
Ma.
Okay,
so I try to pronounce it in the southeastern way, Yima, but it's Ma.
No.
Okay.
No, the southeastern way, the crew way, that's it, Ma.
Right. Okay. Great. Well, welcome to the show. Is this your first time on the show?
Yes, this is my first time on the closing argument.
Well, we have a tradition here. You see, we give you cold water.
But are you alone drinking the cold water, man?
You see a pure, right? I say what a pure.
No, that tradition, are you alone?
Yeah, no black hat. This is a pure water we give you. I ain't got and I'm from Lofa, so if I want to eat here, I'm from Grand Bassa. No king juice, pure water.
You from Grand Bassa? Nobody inside.
But Councillor, we are privileged to have you. We are honored actually that you accepted our invitation to be on here. You know, everybody on here. Later on, we're gonna have one or two more folks talk 20. 2 hours you have, or we are not going to waste those 2 hours. We want to actually be like a sponge to learn a lot. So for those who don't know who the learned counselor is, please introduce yourself. Who are you?
Oh wow. Okay, I am Darrell Ambrose Monsignor. I am a counselor at law of the Supreme Court Bar. I am a Liberian, obviously. Born and bred in a beautiful place called Yegepa Lamco, Nimba County. Yes, graduated from the University of Ghana, then the Louis Arthur Grimes School of Law. I worked in broadcasting for many years, over pretty close to 25 years, rising through the ranks up to Director General of the State Broadcaster, ELBC. And then I finally worked at the Supreme Court of Liberia as a Director of Public Information. And then of recent, until March this year, I worked as Director of Public Information and Strategic Planning of the Judiciary of Liberia.
Wow.
I hope that.
Aaron, your feet is okay, you're back. Yeah, okay.
Well. Listen, there's a lot of folks from Yegepa. A lot of folks during the day. Yegepa was the place to be. But it's actually great that you are here. We want to talk about legal issue. You know, everybody in Liberia is a lawyer now. So we are glad that you are here, and we'll be talking about other things. Let me have Truth in ink. He been away for a while. Truth, our guest is here. You are muted. Well, you've been away so long. The protocol is
Yeah, but you know, when you have to decrunch in some stuff, sometimes you just need to step back. You know, I was dealing with a new path, and so it needed my full attention. Yeah, so that's why I took sabbatical off the platform for a while. At least I got 2-3 months of a break now. You know, I couldn't manage the health issue, and then the other professional issue, and then the other issue, all full political issue. You know, I needed to be tactical, you know, so I could. So now we're back and happy to be back. But with our guest, I mean, of course, he's a respected brother. I mean, he has paid his due. One of the best to have had on the radio, not just as somebody who go and sit behind a microphone, but someone who educated the society, who brought hope to the things he broadcast. I remember back in the day, it was the Renaissance radio station. If might have been one of the best, if not the best at the time, and provided information to the public. Then he went to LBS, of course. He transformed the media space out there. LBS had one of his golden days with him. Of course, he at the judiciary, of course, right now there where the country is going. You know, at this point where we are in Liberia, it's all going to be centered around the judiciary. I mean, obviously, they're going to play a very pivotal role as we evolve in our democracy space. The judiciary will be there to ensure the appropriate check and balances, to ensure that, of course, the society functions in a most effective way. Obviously, over a period of time, there have been many different views as to the judiciary role, not out to its role, but how it has performed its role. So having had the opportunity of serving in that capacity, especially for public, and then having had a chance before then, you serve also as a watchdog for the start as a media operator. So just give us that, blend the two experiences you have had, and just give us an idea about the code before we start to go into a particular question and answer period. How can an ordinary person see the code? How should they see the code? How should they interpret the code? What is the code to us? If we can start off with that, then I'm sure that the other guys will come in with civic legal issues unfolding in the country.
So thank you, my brother Sidiki. You know, the judicial system in Liberia is no different from the challenges, and I mean the society as a whole, going through all the challenges that every fiber of our society went through, especially during and after our civil conflict. Like every arm of government, like every factor of our society, it was also heavily challenged and affected. And there was massive brain drain, you know. So over the past couple of years after the stabilization and putting the judiciary back on track, from the days of the former Chief Justice Henry Reed Cooper up to now, the judiciary has endeavored to try to reform in trying to set it back onto the place where it ought to be. The challenges ranged from human capacity. During the conflict, when many people were fleeing the country and leaving, you had people who, basically, for lack of a better word, when the saying we always carry, that when the capable is not available, the available become capable. So I mean, a lot of people who did not meet, the standard to be there came into the system. The system lacked resources. And so everything was, like our country, everything was shattered. And so when those chief justices came and started gradually to put it in shape, but then under former Chief Justice Francis Kokpo, I was privileged to join the judiciary then in 2015, and he gave me a task to put a roadmap together on how we can rebrand our judiciary. And so that had to involve taking a stock, doing an in-depth survey as to the challenges, because confidence was low in the judiciary, in the country, in the justice system. And these were the things that we came to find out. I mean, infrastructure was a challenge, human capacity was a challenge, and everything else. And so we were able to put a roadmap together during his tenure. And then when he left, that roadmap was then translated with others and support from partners into a strategic plan that the then former Chief Justice Sienna Yu tagged the rebranding of the Liberian Judiciary, that looked at how we can bring quality access to justice to everybody within the bailiwick of Liberia. We had pursued that plan, which was launched in 2024, and then relaunched and revived in 2025 to align with the government's own plan of its vision, arrest agenda. And that plan, that is how I was put in charge of strategic planning to be able to ensure that that plan was executed. And I had to come up to the United States on some personal matters. And then I've now left that position, but I believe that the current Chief Justice, in his wisdom, will pursue the plan. I understand he says he will look at it, tweak it, but I believe it's still on the course on rebuilding. But I think significantly, a lot has happened within the judiciary. Human capacity is being built to a very high extent. The judiciary is now recruiting competent and qualified people to serve in the judiciary, from being judges, magistrates, to administrative staff. The judiciary has embarked on infrastructure development, building courts, modern court facilities. We had embarked on the road of digitizing our court systems. We had not started yet, but at least as the time I was there, we were able to source some financing to be able to start the processes and start the courts in a gradual phase. The Liberian judiciary. So I say that it is a work in progress, and I think that the effort being made is good enough for the country.
Dr. Peabody?
Well, my friend and brother, Councillor D. Ambrose Monsignor. Been knowing this brother for a long time.
Very long time. We come a long way.
Our days in Ghana and all those things, and all those years. But like Truth Inc. said, he come with a wealth of experience. He worked as a journalist in Ghana, Liberia, and then LBS managing director, and then went to law school. So you come with a wealth of knowledge, not only in the legal field, but even in the broadcast and communication area. So, but welcome, my brother, and it's good to see you. Good to see you. We will move on with our questions. I had the opportunity of listening to you shortly on one of the platforms when I was driving from Newark Airport, and we're talking about the current situation in Liberia regarding Samuel Pewee, and you did talk about if they were to appeal, and because they were tried together, the Supreme Court could also look back and talk about. I don't know what I'm quoting you right, but the Supreme Court could also look at something like that and say, well, all these people were tried together as a team. How come one is acquitted and the rest? So, but talk to us about that. Talk to us about that. The case was heard. It went to a jury of his peers, and they acquitted him. Why should Liberians be thinking about? Why should Liberians be thinking about even that the government can appeal their own case?
All right, thank you, Doc. I said, that the position of our law and our criminal procedure law does not provide an avenue for the government to take an appeal in a criminal trial where a not guilty verdict is handed down in favor of the defendant. So the government cannot take an appeal, but as per our law. The point I was making and the point I make is that, first and foremost, I am of the legal school of thought that that criminal procedure law is in sharp contrast with the provision of our Constitution, Article 20B, which strictly provides that appeal is a right, a sacred right. The word they use is inviolable. Inviolable is a right that cannot be violated. It cannot be altered. And it's a right to every party within a case. And the government being a party within a case, because it represents the interest of parties. And not only in this particular case, but even as a citizen of Liberia or any common law country as I know, if somebody harms you and it's a criminal offense as an individual, you do not go and get a private lawyer to prosecute your case. The government prosecutes on your behalf. And if the Constitution says that being a party, and we have an adversarial system in our jurisprudence, which means that there are always two parties before the court. And the Constitution guarantees that every party has that right. I believe, as the legal school of thought, that the government also has that right. And I believe that in the evolving times that Liberia has been able to test our judicial system, because a couple of years ago, if you remember, I think it was 2011 elections when Councillor Charles Bromskin, for the first time, took the whole presidential thing, and people thought it was a real test to the Supreme Court. Until we are able to test our legal system, we will not be able to get the kind of results that will be lingering. And so I believe that that right cannot be, the Constitution is not biased. The Constitution does not discriminate. The Constitution does not apply to specific people. It applies to everybody. And once that provision says it is a right to all, that means all parties before the court are equal, because in the law and in justice, we say all parties are equal. And so, just as if the juror or the court, if it's a bench trial, the judge, the defendant say you are guilty, and that defendant has the right to go to the Supreme Court and say, I don't agree with these jurors. I think they got it wrong. Please look at the matter. I think that right also by the Constitution accrues to the state. And it is also my legal school of thought, like some other lawyers, that the state needs to sometimes take advantage of that and challenge it. So that the Supreme Court, because as long as we don't challenge it, it doesn't come before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will not handle it. This is something we have practiced for a long time. And so, because it is clear in our laws that, and it's been practiced in our court for many years, that people have been found guilty. They go to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said no. The evidence was not there to find these people guilty. And they've overturned those guilty verdicts, which means that the human beings as the juror got it wrong. So it's also possible that the juror can get it wrong, that in a criminal trial, all the evidence can be on the table, and the juror can still say the person is not guilty. So why is it that then that cannot also be reviewed by the Supreme Court when the Constitution guarantees that? And in our hierarchy of law, no law is greater than the Constitution. The legislature cannot make an act that will be greater or supersede that of the Constitution. And until it is challenged, and I said that it is going to the Supreme Court. The guys who are found guilty are taking the ruling before the Supreme Court. I have not seen a precedent case in the Supreme Court where this has happened before, where some people were acquitted and some were found guilty and they've taken an appeal. Right now, for now, they are still in the lower court on a motion for a new trial. So if it goes, my statement was, you will never know because they were tried as one. It's one case. And this is a new phenomenon that there are a couple of people in the trial, and depending on what in the appeal comes before the court, that is what the court will decide. So if the ruling of the jurors and the court may or may not look at the entire case file, or may decide that it's only concerning these people who are before us on appeal. But my point I was making is that, yes, I think that the state must exercise its right to appeal any criminal trial. And I know that, like I said, I know that Liberia being as it is, everybody come with their sentiments and everything. But if you want to put an analogy, it could be that I could have my daughter. My daughter could be violated by somebody who is probably a big person or an influential person in society. And I could take that, the state could take that person to court, and all the proof and evidence could be there. And maybe for some influence, the jurors can look at it and say, the man, our big man, we can't put him to jail, and they say he's not guilty. Will we say that justice was served? I said no. Because once a matter goes, you see, in our jurisdiction right now, jurisprudence, the way we are practicing, once and for years, once the not guilty verdict comes, the case ends right there. But once an appeal is taken, it goes before the Supreme Court, the case is not ended. And the Supreme Court can review what is before it. And so I believe strongly that it is within the right of the party that the state represents, because everybody is entitled to justice. And in a criminal matter, an individual citizen could be harmed, but you do not have the ability, you cannot go to take a private lawyer to prosecute. Even if you take a private lawyer, that private lawyer has to work with the state, associate with the state, and it will be the Republic of Liberia. And if the jury got it wrong, if everybody see, because the jury verdict must be, like the law will say, at a reasonable man standard, that any reasonable set of people you put in the jury box and they bring these same facts and circumstances, reasonably they will come up with the same verdict. Because law is prediction, it's predictable. It should be predictable. And so if everybody sees that, no, but this person really committed an act, but the jury says no, it doesn't. So we say, okay, because the jury says no, so justice is done. So what if the jury too say, yeah, the person committed the act, and everybody say no, but the person did not commit it? Why don't we leave it to say, but where the jury has spoken? And the irony in the law is that the same government can represent the interests of the state in a civil matter, because the government can sue me in a civil case for money, or I could sue the government in a civil case. The government could lose the civil case. The government can appeal. So why in the criminal case, especially when the government is representing the interests of citizens who are harmed, why is it that they cannot appeal? And so for me, that's the basis of my argument, because it finds ground in our Constitution. You know, our civil procedural, our criminal procedural law was written, I think, since 1972. That was before this Constitution came to be. And there was some arguing that, oh, but probably it was in the 1847 Constitution. I checked, it was not in the 1847 Constitution granting every party that right. And so until it is tested, and as lawyers, that is what we propound on each side. That is why our legal system is an adversarial system, because all of us lawyers will read the law, but we may not, even the courts, the Supreme Courts, around the world. That's why they always have an odd number, because even the justices will sit, and all of them do not see the law the same way. And sometimes all will see the law one way and say yes. Sometimes they will differ, and the majority will always carry what the law is. But it doesn't mean the minority who disagree with them, they don't know the law, but it's just how they see the law. And so that was the point I was making.
So can I make a follow-up quick?
Yes, go ahead.
So, Councillor, how do you then reconcile that very, very critical proponent that you are advancing? I've read earlier, with the issue of double jeopardy, because then I think what people are afraid of, and you guys, is that the state has the resources and capacity to retrial cases as much as they can. As perhaps a private citizen who is in win one, of course, dealing with lawyers and all of that, going back to retrial that same case, all of that cost come on me. Then again, I must answer to something that I've been acquitted of. So this issue about jeopardy, I think I don't know about the Liberian law, so I haven't really read on that aspect. But in the U.S., the U.S. Supreme Court has said even if an acquittal was a result of a mistake by the judge, it's final. So I don't know, how do we reconcile that issue? Yeah.
Yes. So the first thing is that let's look at what the double jeopardy is. Double jeopardy is that once someone, a matter has been concluded and the person is found not guilty, you cannot retry the person on the same matter. Even if the person is found guilty, you cannot, and the punishment is there, you cannot punish the person again for the same matter and the same crime. So, for example, you take somebody to court and you say the person murdered somebody, and they say the person is guilty, and they sentence the person to, say, maybe it's supposed to be life imprisonment or death. And the court or the judge in his wisdom say the person goes to jail for 20 years. And there's no appeal. It becomes final. You can't say, no, I'm not satisfied. So you bring the person back to court to get a second punishment for it to be higher because the first punishment was not higher for the same crime. That's double jeopardy, right? But then, can we say that double jeopardy attaches or applies where a matter in the court is taken up on appeal? I say no. Because the scenario you're making, that the state, and that is the public policy and the public interest basis. The state got all the resources and all whatsoever. But even if the jury says that you are guilty and you go to the Supreme Court on appeal, the first thing is that no appeal. Once you make it and announce and take an appeal to the Supreme Court, that means the case is not ended. So which means the decision from the court is not final. And double jeopardy comes with finality. That means the case is done, completed. That's the first thing. But once an appeal is going up to the Supreme Court, then I mean that case is not done. That is why when the jury say you are guilty of a crime, you take an appeal, that guilty verdict doesn't hold. It's suspended. It stays until the Supreme Court can review it. So when the Supreme Court reviews the case, the Supreme Court can either say, we do not agree. First, they will say, we agree with the jurors. Everything in this case was correct. So we affirm the guilty verdict. It ends the case. You are guilty. The Supreme Court can also say, we do not agree with the jurors. There is no evidence reviewing, and they have happened many times, even in murder cases. And like I was saying, even of late, this year, last year, recent opinions in murder cases, they've been able to set people free. The Supreme Court can say no, but even this juror, the verdict they brought down is not correct because we don't see any evidence. So we reverse the verdict. We tell the people, you're free. So which means that guilty verdict does not stand. It will never, so it doesn't, it's null and void. Or the Supreme Court can say the evidence is not sufficient, but we are not setting this person free. We are sending the case back for retrial. If it sends it back for retrial, what is that? That's retrial. So why is it that people cannot say that is double jeopardy? Because the Supreme Court can say, no, they say you're guilty, but we don't see all the evidence that will lead you to guilty, but we believe we're not setting you free, but we believe the court needs to go back and retry the case. They can do that. And when they send you back, that's a retrial. Even in this present case, one of the defendants had a hung jury. They didn't get the number to say you're guilty, or they didn't get the number to say you're not guilty. So there's going to be a retrial. Why wouldn't we say that that is double jeopardy? Because they're going to be retried. Those who were found guilty have motioned the court on a motion for retrial, that the evidence is not strong against us. They didn't present any evidence against us, so we're asking the court to retry the case. If that motion is granted, a new trial is going to start. Why wouldn't we say it's double jeopardy? So my legal school of thought is that once the state can take its appeal and you announce that appeal, once it goes to the Supreme Court, which means that case is not ended. It has not come to finality. So nobody can say, and in the Supreme Court, you are not being retried. The Supreme Court doesn't take new evidence. It doesn't start a new case. It only looks at the record. And so in the same vein, if the Supreme Court is to say, no, we think the jury got it wrong, all the evidence was here, this person was guilty, the Supreme Court could either say this person is guilty, because the Supreme Court can say, it says that it has the power to do what was supposed to have been done downstairs once it comes before it. Or they can say that jury verdict is null and void, you'll go back and retry. Because once a matter is on appeal before a Supreme Court, that matter is not ended. No matter what the verdict is downstairs, that verdict cannot stand. So if it goes up, I wouldn't call it double jeopardy because it is not ended. But once you don't take appeal and it's ended, that means the case is final. Then you cannot retry the person.
Yeah, but the thing is, now the government cannot appeal an acquittal verdict.
Yes.
So
in our law right now,
the Supreme Court, you correct me if I'm wrong, wouldn't go for a case, but rather take a case that is before it.
True.
What is before the Supreme Court in this instance, if I may, will be an appeal of a specific portion of that case. So how then now could the Supreme Court include the entire case? When the Supreme Court does not go over new cases, it takes specific issues that come before it. Then two, the second question to that is that what exactly could the Supreme Court be viewing? The procedure, or it could be reviewing the evidence as well as the legal aspect. Will it just be, okay, this procedure was wrong, this man wasn't giving the chance to provide, so go and redo it. So what is it that the Supreme Court will actually be doing in that instance?
So previously the question I was answering for you was, you're asking the relation of double jeopardy in line with the principle of double jeopardy and appeal, when the state can take an appeal. That's what I was explaining. Okay. But what you're asking right now, we cannot say because it has not gone to the Supreme Court. You don't know exactly what the defendants, assuming, because it could be possible that the judge, in his wisdom, could grant the motion for retrial. Because currently, the argument is that these people the state did not produce sufficient evidence against us for which the jury held us guilty. So they are going to be reviewing, and they are going to say why, and the judge is going to be reviewing that. If the judge grants that motion, it doesn't go to the Supreme Court. What happens then is that the case is scheduled for retrial. If the judge denies that motion,
the entire case, or just the people who appeal?
No, the people who, by our law now, is the people who are before the court. Okay. Not the entire case.
Excellent. Before you move forward, let me go to the breaking news here. We are reporting from Monrovia that for immediate release, the Judiciary of the Republic of Liberia, the attention of the Judiciary has been drawn to a publication circulating under the headline, Chief Justice Pewee orders probe into alleged jury tampering in the U.S. $6.2 million corruption case. The publication is categorically false, misleading, reckless, and clearly intended to create a false impression that His Honor Chief Justice Pewee has improperly inserted himself into an ongoing criminal matter currently within the jurisdiction of the courts. At no time did the Chief Justice issue any mandate, order, directive, or instruction authorizing an investigation into alleged jury tampering in connection with the matter referenced in the publication. The story is entirely fabricated and bears absolutely no resemblance to any official action or position of the Liberian judiciary. That was just a breaking news because there has been some news going around, so I just want to read that now. You can opine on that, and then we go forward.
No, you're absolutely right. I saw that, but I decided not to pay it mind because number one, the Chief Justice cannot do that. Even though he's the head of the judiciary, he doesn't have that authority to do so.
I thought about it. Yeah.
Chief, before you go forward, let me welcome Fanta. Fanta, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Hello, everyone. How are you?
Great. We have our legal scholar here. I'm
not a legal scholar. I'm just a lawyer.
Yeah, he's a counsel. Listen.
Just a practicing lawyer, yes.
Yeah, a scholar is somebody who understands, who went to school and can opine and interpret the law. You have the license. You can teach the course. If you can teach the course, you are a scholar. But anyway, welcome to the show. We are glad, and I'm glad we wanted to get this out of the way because this thing has been spreading like wildfire all over the place. There's something that's going on. I don't know what it is, but I mean, yeah.
No, but the fact is that everybody who knows the legal practice will know that the Chief Justice cannot do that. Even the judge himself right now cannot do that. Even though the court has the power to launch investigation into jury tampering, alleged jury tampering, all that, but it has to happen two ways. First, it has to happen during the trial. There has to be a report on an allegation from one of the parties to the judge. And then the judge will suspend the trial and order an investigation into the allegation. If there is truth to that allegation and the evidence is found, either that, depending on the gravity, either that juror is and probably further judicial action taken, or the entire jury is disbanded. But once the jury comes down with a verdict and the judge disbands the jury and they go home, whether you find different after 2 days, 3 days, you find your thing, you finish, the case is done. There's nothing the judiciary or anybody else can do. They cannot open an investigation. You can call the jurors back to come to investigate them. So when I saw that, I just thought that was not correct. And the Chief Justice doesn't have the authority to come into an ongoing. The case has not gone to Supreme Court. And nobody has complained to the Supreme Court. Nobody even complained to the judge who's handling the case about jury tampering. So how will go to the Chief Justice get out and guess on his own? He can't do that. And I'm glad the judiciary itself decided to respond to that quickly. So coming to your question, Ink, is that look, I call it Seleke Ink now, taking your ink name while looking at
name.
But as I said again, until that matter comes before the court, right? Then we'll know what the court will be looking at. Because there have been opinions of the court that have looked at particular matters that have come before the court. And while the court, and sometimes the court does these things to send message to the legal community, whilst the court is reviewing, the court will say, but we need to emphasize on a particular point. We see from the records of this case, certain actions were taken which was not consistent with law. But since the people did not bring this to our attention, it is not part before us, but we want to flag it, we are not going to delve into that because it's not what is before us. So it depends on what goes before the court. And that is why Dr. Peabody's question to me earlier was, I was saying that it depends what is going before the court and what the court is going to review is what the court will determine on.
Okay, excellent. Let me welcome Tomalin George. Tomalin, welcome, and thank you for our guest.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. It's good to see Councillor Myean. It's on our shows for the first time. We appreciate him. When he was at the Judiciary, the Supreme Court, I tried to get him on, but he always stopped and say, and I agree with him because he was at the Supreme Court and to come on the show and knowing how panelists are also politicians too, how they do stuff, and the Supreme Court is void. It should be void of politics.
Absolutely.
So I understood when he always try to say, look, I'll come there one day. I'm happy that he's here today. And just before I end, you see, Mr. Gayman, that release, that you see what happened today, that in a political environment, and you guys are smart. They try to, it's like, let's try this thing and see that the guys will put it up. Maybe they will go for it. They will have an idea to go to review that case. But Councillor Myean said, I mean, somebody will tell me say they doubted that particular issue when it came about Chief Justice Bewee. And so I'm glad that they have come to clarify this very swiftly to allay the fears and people so you know that the Judiciary at least one of the only guardrails who got let them make it be at least try to pretend to be independent. Let them try to do that. But I'm happy that I will have the councillor here and let us and engage him asking the questions we need to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me welcome Telvi. Telvi, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. Glad to be on. And welcome to our guests. We're so glad to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I see a lot of comments in the section. That's fine. Keep sending your comment. Let us know where you are tuning in from. I see a lot of people from Brewerville, from Grand Bassa, from Nimba. That's fine. Our counselor is here. He's broad enough. Professor Dr. Counselor Arthur Johnson, Crime and Justice Forum. Somebody from the forum there is on. That's great. Counselor, you are aware that the state cannot appeal a not guilty verdict returned by the jury. When appeals are taken by convicted defendants, the review is of that appeal does not apply to the defendants that are acquitted by the jury. You need to tell the forum that in the Samuel Tue's case, if there is an appeal by Councillor Tuan or Honorable Kamara, any review by the Supreme Court, okay, there you go. Oh, Lord. Let me, there you go.
Yeah, man, mute that phone. Mute
Yeah,
the phone,
I just muted it. They calling you. It's 8:30. You guys can call. You can't call now. You need to tell the forum that in the Simon Tuer case, if there is any appeal by the counselor, you don't want to do any review by the Supreme Court on that appeal to reverse the verdict, for example, will never affect the not guilty verdict. That is the practice. I guess Councillor Johnson. So Councillor Johnson is tuned in. This is his perception of the case.
Well, he can call in and tell he can call in.
But the first question that Dr. Peabody asked, that's what I explained. That is the law as we practice it now. That's what I explained. And then I went further to say that we look at the school of thought that says that we believe that the defendant must be given that right. I mean, the prosecution must be given that right because we believe it is guaranteed under the Constitution. But I address those two issues.
Okay, let me go to
counsel is listening.
Great. Let me go to Fanta. Fanta, we have the counselor here. Legal matters, anything our flyer. We want to limit it as much as we can to the case of Honorable Samuel Pewee and his defendant, the decision that was made 2 days ago.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gayman. Welcome again, Councilor Ma. We're glad to have you. We're going to have a few questions here and just really want to understand directly your thoughts about these. Do you think justice was served in this case?
Personally,
Counselor, do you think
I think
of the law? Mm-hmm.
I think that until the case ends from the Supreme Court, you can't make that determination because now there is a possibility that it may go up there. If the jurors have handed down a guilty verdict and those who have been found guilty appeal to the Supreme Court, and that is overturned in the wisdom of the court, and especially for us lawyers who read the opinion and see that, because right now, if you find someone guilty, someone could say justice is served. But what if it goes to the Supreme Court and they look at the evidence and say, no, that evidence was not cogent enough and is reversed? Then you say, oh, no, then justice was not served.
Well, so far with the ruling, do you believe justice was served or you just believe it's unfinished? Either way,
with the ruling,
right.
We have to accept. That is the point I was making when I was explaining why I belong to the school of thought that the prosecution, the state, must have a right to appeal, because what we cannot say justice is subjective. It must stand from a reasonable man's standing. All right. And from a reasonable man's standing, you must find out, do you think that any group of people, ordinary, reasonable people sitting, will they come up with the same verdict? And for me, as a lawyer, looking at the case and looking at the verdict, I try to rationalize, how does it make a sense to me? Because you find someone guilty for conspiracy and facilitation. 2 people. You can't find other people guilty of the crime. Or you found one person guilty of conspiracy, facilitation, and theft. So that all the stuff that went on, it was only Minister United Twan that stole the money. He was helped or aided, in the layman's term, he was helped and aided by Mr. Jefferson Camo. For Mr. Stanley Ford, we are not sure what because we can't say yes, we can't say no. Okay. But the other 2 people, they had nothing to do with it. They are cleared.
Okay. How and thank you for that. Do you think the judicial system is compromised? Do you trust our judicial system?
I trust it.
What percentage would you give if you were to grade it?
I would give our judicial system right now 65%.
Why is that?
Because it's a work in progress. Maybe, unfortunately, when I started the program, you didn't listen, but I said that the judicial, like every human institution in Liberia that went through the civil crisis, is still challenged, and there's been serious reform on trying to reform the judiciary and build the necessary capacity we need. Okay. And the judicial system is not only the judges or the lawyers, it's also the ordinary people who sit as jurors.
Sure. and I'm so sorry because we have limited time.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to use like my 3 minutes like very wisely. If you were to change one thing in our judicial system, what would that be?
I will review most of the laws. I don't think I will want to change anything. It's just that we just have to start building on it, and because we have a great system. It's just that we need to give a lot of education and awareness and all that, because even the society makes a part of the judicial system.
Right. How did the prosecutor, in your opinion, fail to prosecute this case?
How did they fail?
Yes.
I won't say they failed because they got a conviction.
Great.
Unless it goes to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court says otherwise.
They did
not fail. Let me just say something. I don't believe the prosecution, and that's what I said on another platform. I don't think we should persecute people, but when we believe that people have committed a crime, we should prosecute. And there are 5 persons being prosecuted. So the fact that a particular person or 2 persons did not get convicted, it doesn't mean that the prosecution did not make a case. The jury agreed that a crime was committed. The jury agreed with the prosecution that monies were taken from the government. The jury agreed that the monies were not used for a national security purpose. The jury agreed that people must be held liable for that, and they found 2 people liable for that. So the prosecutor did make a case.
Okay, let me go to Tomalin. Tomalin.
Yes, thank you. Let me just go straight to my question. Yeah, Councilor Ma'am. I will take you back to the doing the saga to remove the Speaker Kofa. And what makes me and I'm nervous is that the first thing is that the Minister of Justice, who is also the Dean of the Supreme Court Bar, the Supreme Court, he at the time there was a stalemate, but by what he did when he advised the executive branch, they ran with it, because at the time the executive branch and the Senate they had no pathway to take side where they were in. But as soon as the justice ministers advised them and gave his advice, they ran with it, and they said, yes, we'll work with the majority bloc at the time. Now, they went through that, and then when it came up, when the minority bloc took the case to the Supreme Court again, when they issued their decision, they said that I think they basically said that Councilor Kofa was a legitimate speaker, and the president gave a speech and said why it's true that he understands the position they took, but he was going to work with the majority bloc. Now, what makes me afraid is that if the executive branch can refuse, they can deliberately ignore the Supreme Court position. That's why I said the future of our judiciary, like come to elections, come and other matters that will arise. What confidence should we have that they will abide by a future decision of the Supreme Court?
In our system of government, in the 3 separate branches, the executive power, the legislative power are rested in those other 2 branches. In the judiciary, it exercises its judicial powers. The judiciary does not enforce the laws. The judiciary, that is why in every court, from the Supreme Court, you have a marshal who is an officer of the executive branch to ensure that enforcement of judgments of the Supreme Court. And we have the sheriffs in the lower court, or the constables in the magisterial court. So if the court comes up with a decision that becomes final and needs execution, you always see that the sheriff will be the one to go and execute. because the sheriff is the executive. So if the executive itself decides that, and we have a precedent case in the Liberian law where the court had given the sheriff mandate to go and execute, and the president had told the sheriff not to do it. And the sheriff works for the president. The court does not go to enforce. The court doesn't get police people to go and enforce the law. So if the court comes and say, in this matter, Mr. George has won the case. He owns this property. You're going to put him in charge of his property. And the executive decides they will not do it. The Supreme Court cannot do it. But the essence is that the court has given its ruling. It has given its judgment. And everybody else knows the court has done its part. It is governance. And governance is for the entire nation. Every branch has to play its part. So if one branch decides to agree or disagree or obey or disobey the ruling from the court, there's nothing the court can do. But it doesn't mean that it will diminish the power of the court, or it will make the court to say, whenever we gave a judgment, the people don't respect it, so we'll not do it again. No, the court continues to do its job, and it will continue to do its job. In the case you mentioned, the particular case you mentioned, there was a ruling before in the Supreme Court, by the Supreme Court. And all the parties said the case was ambiguous. The ruling was ambiguous. Some people say they win. Some people say they didn't win. Some people say every power claiming that they won. And they said that the court, the judgment was ambiguous. So the minority had to go back for the court to clarify the opinion. But before that, going back, the justice minister, and that is his legal authority. And all of us lawyers, that's what we do. When you come to me as a client and I'm your lawyer, and you bring a matter, I go for opinions of the Supreme Court, which are case laws. I study them, and I, in my legal capacity, will interpret what I believe the court meant and how it applies to your case. That is what I will take to the court. So in his legal capacity, because it's his duty to advise, and unfortunately of late, we don't do that in our jurisdiction anymore, maybe for capacity reasons, but we have a whole volume of what we call the Attorney General's opinions. But it doesn't mean the Attorney General opinion is law. It doesn't mean the Attorney General's opinion is what the court is going to take. Because the Attorney General also can be a party before the same court. He will bring his opinion that the court can say your opinion is wrong. So his opinion to advise the president on what he did, that was his authority. But this does that mean that was what the court said? And you remember when the case went back to the court said, no, that was not what we said in our opinion. So this time we'll make it clear. This is what it is. And we now will say definitely that this man is the speaker. So that's the matter. But the court, by people not obeying or enforcing the court judgment, and that has been, I'll tell you the truth, that has been a concern with the court. I know on these platforms we on the different platforms we attempted to focus on the political things, but that is a major challenge for the court. Even in the civil matter, even people who have their properties, some people left their properties, came to America because of war, they go back, they go to court for 5, 6, 7, 10 years, they're in court. They are ruled in their favor. People say they are not moving. People can't enforce, they can't enforce, you go there, everybody bring cutlass. The court cannot do anything, but that also harms the governance system because it makes people to lose confidence in the system and say, but then why should I go to court next time if the court will rule in my favor and they will not give me judgment? I will not go to the court again. Then I will decide to take my own way. And that is not the society we want. So the executive also has a responsibility as an enforcer of the law to make sure that we may not agree with judgments of the court. And as I said earlier, when we started this program, even up to the Supreme Court, Not all the time, all of them will agree. That's why you have dissenting opinions in every jurisdiction that uses the common practice and kind of setup that in the highest court has. That's why all the time there are odd numbers, because they will all not agree. But what comes out in the majority is what it is. You may not agree, but we are bound to respect it, and we are bound to live with it.
Thank you.
I hope I've answered your question.
Great. Tomalin, you got a follow-up?
I mean, he answered my question, but just my last question would be, as we approach the coming elections now, it will be a few years from now, but now, again, like you said, if what I have observed, I saw in the 2017 election, when Councillor Bronson took the case appeal to the Supreme Court, they said, while it is true that the irregularities existed, but it was not sufficient to overturn the result of the election. And now, again, from what I noticed, there will be a contentious election coming up. And if it comes to the point where you have to go to the Supreme Court to settle, if the Supreme Court says that maybe they say Party A actually won the election and there should be a rerun, tell me now. So you want to tell me the executive branch that in charge that's there to oversee election, they will tell you, say, well, we're not going to do it, and then it will bring. That's not I'm concerned that.
Well, that hypothetical, I don't know. We don't know what will happen, but again, I will say that Liberia does not run in isolation of its own. It's not an island. We belong to what we call a committee of nations, and your peers always see, and people measure. And we have, whether people like it or not, sometimes these foreign institutions, these foreign countries, and all the people will measure, even though some people can be holding one stick to beat the other people, but they own their stake, they own their side, they don't care. But all those things measure as to how a state is governed. And I believe that Liberia, coming from a better past, I don't know which president or which government will come now and say we'll take them back to that past. So if you believe that you have a Supreme Court and you go to court and the Supreme Court hands down a decision that is not in your favor as a government, and you flagrantly decide to ignore it, it will be the Liberian people to decide what happens. I pray it doesn't happen as we try to build our new Liberia and where we want to go. But that's hypothetical. But again, you can never tell what happens in the future. But I don't want to believe the Liberian people themselves will want to go back. So if there's an election and the Supreme Court says it should be a rerun of the entire election, and then the government says, then where is your legitimacy? So which international country or body will look at you and take it? Right? Unless you say you want to do coup now, and then that is I don't know how you call it, political coup, or what kind of coup? The coup with Alsoya? Unless, I don't know, but again, I don't think this is the Liberia that I see is going to happen. I don't think so.
Great. Before I go to Telvi, let me push back on that. You say it is something that the Liberian people cannot digest, but we have precedents on this particular issue. The Supreme Court ruled that tenure professors or tenure professionals cannot be removed. The president did contrary to that. The Supreme Court ruled that COFA could not be removed. Whatever happened was ultra-virus, and then they cleaned it up and say he is illegitimate. And the president said, despite what the Supreme Court said, I will side with the majority. And then most recently, the Supreme Court put a stay order on the removal of Kehleboe, and the House said they never saw it. So I am conflicted here from what you are saying. I'm confused. The Supreme Court rules are over and over, and we are seeing that the Supreme Court is being ignored. So if you say it's hypothetical, this is not hypothetical. This is record. This is precedence.
So, as far as I know, that Garrison Yelu, Wilson Tape, what's the guy? My brother named from Lotteries. They were removed from their tenure positions, and they went to court. And the Supreme Court ruled that, and what's his name? Oh God, what is it?
Would Central Bentalu?
No.
Oh.
No, Talu. I don't think Talu issue reached the Supreme Court. I don't know. I can't remember Talu. From National Lotteries, and then the ID card. When they were removed, I think Yelu, I think he was paid off. But I think the guy from the ID card, National Identification Registry, went back and ended his tenure. The young man from from National Lotteries went back and ended his tenure and just turned over to Peter Solo. So I don't know what other case you're talking about, unless I don't know about that. But yes, the court stood its ground and said their removal was illegal because they had a tenure, and they went back. So you see, whether the lawyers for the government would have probably advised the president that, look, because you see, the court in our practice, the law must be predictable. You bring this matter to the court, the Supreme Court, same facts, same circumstances, everything the same. The outcome must almost 90%, 98% be the same. So if I'm a lawyer for you and you bring a matter and we go to the court and I say, look, the court has ruled on this matter before, but then still I encourage you as a lawyer, let's go to court. I can win the case, and I lose the case. I should have known that there are precedents in the court that whenever I bring this particular matter, this is how the court will rule. They have not changed it. But if the lawyers decide that, no, we can go and fight it, we can go and say this, and the court comes by, sticks its ground. So, and as I said again, that's hypothetical as to the future. And unless you, whether the House of Representatives say they saw the stay order or they didn't see it, that's what they said. Who am I to say whether they saw it or they didn't see it? And they're going back on bill of information to the court. The court has not come up with a ruling. So you and I cannot sit down now and say, yes, they saw it, or no, they did not see it. Or they ignore the court order because the matter is before the court. Is the court will say that that explanation or that excuse you gave is not tenable. We don't agree. We believe you saw it. Because they also made their legal argument that who signed for this thing, who you gave it to. You just put somebody in as a computer operator. Is that the person authorized? And you see, in serving of precepts in the law, there are authorized people who you're supposed to serve it to. It's either on the persons themselves or someone authorized by that person to receive it. So we can just look at the case on the face value and say, oh, this is what it is. So the argument has been made before the justice in chambers, and the justice is going to come up with his decision. And even when the justice comes up with a decision, once he brings that decision down, each of the parties, so if he agrees, let's say he agrees with the House of Representatives. Yeke still has the opportunity to say, no, I agree with the justice. I go into the full bench of the Supreme Court. If he agrees with Yeke, the House of Representatives can say, no, the justice got it wrong, go into the full bench of the Supreme Court. That is a right. So we can outrightly now start telling people that they flagrantly or they violated the court order because there's a matter that is before the court on that matter that has not been decided. When the full bench decides that no, they did not, or yes, they did, then that becomes the decision. And all the time I say people that, you know, for us, most of the Liberians, we just sit and read the short thing written on the paper, but the court's decision is always in the opinion. And many times people just look at the judgment, and the judgment is just a summary. And the judgment is just a summary. But the court will always give a reason why it came up with the decision that it came up. And that is in the opinion that is sometimes between 70 until 17, 12, or sometimes 100+ pages. And most of us, because we will not read those opinions, we just take the snippets of what it says in the judgment, that 1 pager or 2 pages, and conclude that is the case.
Excellent, excellent. Telvi.
Yes. All right. I want to piggyback on Tomalin's question on the Justice Ministry. So today, the Justice Ministry issued a strong statement on the 12th case or matter. I'm concerned there because should their executive, in your own professional opinion, should an executive be commenting on a sensitive or ongoing issue like this? I think in my opinion, and I want to hear your thoughts on it, it kind of risks the public perception of the court. So what do you think?
So the first thing is that I don't speak for the Justice Ministry. I don't work for the Justice Ministry.
Okay.
But
I get it.
For me, the case is still an ongoing case. All right. And maybe for whatever reason the minister issued a statement, I would say probably it's premature because you've already said we've won this. These people are appealing to the Supreme Court, or maybe we appeal, but right now they are before the judge for a motion to re-argue. The judge may grant that motion, or the judge may deny that motion. They may decide to go up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court could overturn the guilty verdict. If the Supreme Court overturns the guilty verdict, then you cannot say you won your case because the Supreme Court would have overturned. If they send it back for retrial, then nobody won. Then you'll go by and retry. You understand? Right. But because now if you say, what happens if the Supreme Court ends there eventually and they overturn, you know? So I know probably the ministry were getting a lot of, people anticipation, people's, that is society. So maybe he played to it also, to respond. But for me, as you rightly said, you're an active player in the case. I think the most thing was going to do is that, look, the Justice Ministry still stands its ground. We believe we have made our case, and we're waiting. If it goes up to the finality to the Supreme Court, we'll follow it there and make our case. Now, what the court decides is what it's going to decide. If the Supreme Court decides in your favor, you can make this full statement, which will not be anything wrong with. But there's a possibility they may not, or they may. So you don't know. So that's what I see. I think the ministry should have either waited or give a very measured, let me use my word, measured statement, so that you don't go into the matter itself.
All right, thank you. So one more question there. So I love to follow criminal cases, whether in here or in Liberia, and I usually see these cases in Liberia, and it bothered me because I've worked in state government before, over 10 years in America, and for fraud, waste, and abuse. So I see how we take these cases. When I used to be in state government, take the cases to court and do restitution and all of that. But I see they would use all these flowery words for cases, economic sabotage, theft, this. But then GOL or the court struggle, or just the government like Liberia struggle to secure, guilty verdict or conviction or even restitution. I mean, what do you think is the problem, just from a legal standpoint?
Again, as I said, I don't know if you're speaking of a particular case, because I don't know how many of these cases have gone to court and have come up with a not guilty verdict, or they have struggled to make their case. I don't know how many of these, whether corruption cases, let me put it in that way, that have gone to court. But again, it is the prosecution. They have the weight of their evidence. Investigation, they know what they investigated. They believe that it is with every case that goes to the court. You see, I always believe when a lawyer go look at you, they say, "We just win the case." They know that lawyer not ready yet. He lying to you. The lawyer can tell you, say, "We have a good case." But it depends what comes before the judge and the jury. So you may think you have enough. The jury may think that you don't, or the judge may think that you don't, or they may see that it is just enough. All right. Like I said earlier, for those who filed a motion for re-argument, who were found guilty, the jury felt that there was enough evidence to find them guilty of the charges that they found them guilty of. That's what the jury thought. Will the Supreme Court or the judge see it the same way? You don't know. So that's why I say you cannot say that the state lost at this point or the state won, because the matter is still before the court. It's not concluded.
Thank you.
Let me welcome Victor Nagbe. Honorable Nagbe, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Good to be with you guys. Councilor Myean, welcome as said.
Thank you.
How is the governor and the rest of the family?
It's doing great. Thank you for asking, and the rest of the family is doing well.
That's good. That's good. Fanta, welcome back. Happy Mother's Day.
No, you welcome back.
Okay. Truth in Ink. It's good to see you back, my brother. It's been a while, but welcome back as well. Well, welcome back to me, I guess, according to Mr. Gayman. But yeah, it's good to be on set. Mr. George and Dr. Peabody, and of course, Kelvin, how are you guys doing?
Okay, guys, it's 7 o'clock. We got exactly 55 more minutes. We're going to open the line. We're going to put the numbers up front. You can call with questions, and we will be able to address them, or the counselor will be able to address them. In the meantime, we are reading your comments in the comment section. Very interesting comment section. We want to say welcome to Gibson Jerry. Welcome to all of our folks from all over Liberia. We'll go through the list when the guests leave, but thank you very much for tuning in, share this show, send in your comments. Ink, our guest is here. This time we're going to do one question each. Go ahead.
Yeah, one question, but anyway, first I just want to understand some basic. When you have a retrial, do you go back for the same juror who then found the man guilty?
No.
So it's a new setup. It's a completely new case.
It's a whole new trial with new jurors.
Excellent.
Okay, so my final question to you, please. I'm sorry. You made a very interesting and profound statement in a country that is very politicized, divided, and of course, the judiciary should be able to quiet the storm, provide some sensibility to think that create an impartial or fair society, at least as far as the law is concerned. Your role then was responsible for strategic transformation of the court. you said earlier that you found a court at the level of 65%. I do not know in terms of its integrity, in terms of its structure, but that is a very concerning number to me for an institution that, particularly so in Liberia, where almost all of the systems are messed up and everything is political and everything is, it's just difficult. People reading, of course, all of us become lawyers now and the interpretation. But the only place that we should go to for redress, as per your assessment, is at 65%. Isn't that concerning? Isn't that troubling? What do you think? I mean,
it is seriously concerning to the judicial actors themselves. It's concerning to the Chief Justice. It is concerning us who were in the judiciary, and that is why we were making all the efforts that we are making to raise it, because when she's asked about that, she didn't speak about the courts. She talked about the justice system, the judiciary. I said it's an integral part of the justice system. We have, and you rightly said, we got people, everybody that lawyer, everybody that politician, everybody that social activist. But I just see people are called into the court to decide on particular matters. And again, as I said, I know the focus on the platform is political matter or political trials. But many times people too say, oh, poor man can win case. The rich man get to the poor man land. The court gave it to him. The court does not give it to him. It's the same Liberian people from the society you would bring. They are the ones who make the decision and the judgment. So until we can clean all that up or raise that bar, we still have a challenge. So people must not look at the court as being the Chief Justice, the Associate Justice, and the judges. That doesn't make up the judicial system. The public, the citizens. You know how many 200 people are spread around different courts every term of court to hear and decide all cases. 200 ordinary Liberians picked at random from civil service to public corporations. Their names are in the computer. Yet present, 200 names come up. These are the people they bring as jurors, and they pick them to different courts, and they make decisions in the court. You think that decisions will be perfect? That's a human instinct. It will not be perfect. All right? So until we can raise the level of awareness to our people, that no matter how political I can be, when it's time to do a national duty, I must do that national duty, or I must be held accountable for not doing that, performing that duty. Until we do that, so, and I always say, every time we had the opportunity to do jury orientation and I was there, I would tell the same jurors, you go out there and you say, poor man get justice. They gave the people that in the order, they set the person free. They do, but who set them free? That you, the judge. You see, right now, people are asking the judge, those who are found guilty are asking the judge that this group of Liberians did not do us justice. They got it wrong. So turn it around. So who said they were guilty? It's the same Liberians. So look, we are human beings, and we should understand the psyche of our people and where we've come from. And until we continue to raise the bar, I'm not going to sit down and say, oh, the court is a perfect. It's not. It's not. The judiciary before, look, you have people who come. Nobody wanted to, in fact, nobody wanted to work there. No lawyer won't go to the county. No judge, no graduate from the Louis Arthur Graham School of Law wanted to go to any county to go work, let alone to be judge in a county. So people were just taking people, just putting them in the courts. We have to start to clean up that. Now get graduates from the law school, give them incentives, and make them magistrates, make them judges. It's going to happen. It's not going to happen one day because you already have people there. You can't just throw everybody out. So you got to gradually work on that system. People were used to, even somebody who sweep, or you see around the Supreme Court, he acting like a lawyer. You can't tell your people, you say, let me go push it here, let me go push it here, let me go push it here. That was the system. We have to fight against that. I think you heard that even the Chief Justice have been dismissing people. And, and suspending people, because people get there and you just see the person working around the court, and most librarians also let shortcut. So anyone come to the lawyer for the lawyer to charge him, so he said, I know somebody to the court who will do it for me. So it's the whole system. Then the citizens themselves, you are called to sit down on somebody's land case. If you go take 1 or 2 cents and you look at the person who struggled for the land and say that the other person get it because he got money, it is not the court. It is the 12 or the 9 or the 6 librarians who sat in that jury box. They decide to give that property to somebody else. So it's the whole system, Seleke. So it is not, I know we are narrowing to all that the judges know. So right now, this is a classic case. The judge will agree that the jurors got it wrong. So I'm turning the thing, we're going to new, and where they will go? They're not going nowhere else. They're going to the same community. They will still send the same ballot. They will still pick 12 people from the same librarian society and bring them back in the court. To count judge, the same matter. If it goes back for retrial, all the judge can say, I don't see anything wrong. They will go to Supreme Court. Supreme Court can say, yes, the jury was wrong. Y'all go by and try the case. Or the Supreme Court can say the jury was not wrong. You understand? But what I'm saying is that the justice system is not only left with judges and lawyers. The people make a critical part. That's why our constitution says it, that you got a right for your people to come sit down there and judge the case.
Let's go to Victor, real quick.
Thank you.
Let Victor come in. Victor, you have not asked any question, but before you go, please opine on the Supreme Court Chief Justice appointing his son to be magistrate. I know you are very high on the integrity of the court. What does this say about our court? What does the law say about that? What does the rule of or the court, the etiquette of the court, what does it say about that?
Well, the Chief Justice first did not appoint. He recommended his son for appointment by the president. Mm-hmm. And I believe that along the line, the Chief Justice, in his wisdom, said he did nothing wrong. Along the line, the son decided to decline the position and step down. That's all I can say.
Interesting. Victor Nagbe.
Yeah, thank you. My dear Councillor, just for the record, you work for this government, don't you?
No, not again.
Not anymore.
Not since March this year.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you this. And look, I the case, I read what you wrote, what the transcript of your input on the class reloaded. You seem to believe that this case is not over, and you may be right. Parts of this case may not be over, but I heard you also say once a judgment has been rendered, it cannot be reversed. So the fact of the matter is Samuel Pewee has been found not guilty in this case. Now, let's not beat around the bush. This case has never been about anything else other than to embarrass the CDC government and embarrass Samuel Pewee. This is what this has been about. Today, Steve Zago doesn't have a job because he failed to do that. So I ask you this. In your opinion, is this a victory for this government? Yes, I know culpability has finally been rendered, I guess, even though it's been challenged. But I think this government has finally found some parts of this case, culpable. In the grand scheme of math of this case here, do you think this is a win for this government?
Like I said, unfortunately, you came into the program. But again, as I said, did the government make its case? As it stands now, yes. The government made its case. The government said that $6.2 million equivalent, US dollars equivalent, in Liberian dollars and US dollars, was unlawfully and wrongfully taken from the central bank.
Right.
Did they make that case before the jury? Yes, they made that case because the jurors agreed. They said that there was no authorization and that money was not used for national security purpose. Did they make that case before the jurors? Yes, they made that case because the juror agreed. And they said that for that reason, it was theft of property. People stole the money. Did they make that case? Yes, the jury agreed that people stole the money, and these are the people who stole the money. But as I said, that decision is temporal because it is temporary because the matter may end up with the Supreme Court.
Yeah, but it's not the totality of the decision you are referencing here. I don't.
No, I'm not talking about the totality. You ask me if the government made its case. You already thought, say, twice acquitted.
Right.
You're asking me if the government made its case. I said, yeah, the government was prosecuting 5 people.
Okay.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
2 of them were found culpable. 1 person, the jury could not decide whether he's culpable or not. 2 persons were set free. You're asking me if the government made its case.
Correct.
And I say, yes, the government made its case, but that decision by the jury or that case is hanging in the balance because first, there is a motion for re-argument before the court on that decision, on the jury agreeing with the government. The judge could agree with the defendants who have been found guilty and say, I don't think the government made this case, so we are going to try this case again. The judge can do that. Or the judge can say, I see no reason to disturb the jury verdict, so I'm not going to grant this motion. Then the judge will give his sentencing, his judgment and sentencing. They may go to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court may say, yes, the government made this case. You people are guilty. And that is final. The Supreme Court may say, no, we don't think the government made a case. So we are reversing this verdict. In fact, we are setting these people free. Or the Supreme Court can say, we are not satisfied that the government made this case, so you'll go back and retry these 2 people. That is, so that decision, but as it stands now with the guilty verdict, the government has made its case. And that's why when the lady asked me, no, I think our Tomalin judge asked me about the justice ministers, no, that the lady asked about the justice minister's statement today.
Mm-hmm.
I said it should have been measured. For me, it is probably premature to say, yes, we won already because the case will travel up. But as it stands now, as the lawyer before the case, before everything,
Yes, it's on mute.
Yeah. Councillor, I think your phone went on mute.
We're getting a call.
Sorry. No, I'm not using the phone. Sorry. I think my finger touched the so sorry. I'm so sorry. So I think, as I said, as it stands now, yes, the government has made its case. But that decision is not final because the case is still traveling. It is not final.
Okay, let me welcome Robert Garguah. Robert Garguah, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. It's great to be on. Excuse my tardy. It's great to be on. Welcome to our guest attorney. Welcome to the show. I've been following, and hopefully at my turn I will be able to ask 1 or 2 questions.
It's your turn, sir.
Oh, thank you. So I just want the guest to clarify, and I just want to make this disclaimer that you are the legal mind, so you have more knowledge on the legal proceedings than we do. But let's just apply some common sense, right? The emphasis on the government making its case. How is that aligned with the premise of the government's case, right? 12 was accused of authorizing the transfers of funds from the NSA for unauthorized purposes. He was accused of using that money for personal gain. And we both would agree that you don't have to agree with me, but there's been this argument that he was the main target of this case. So one is, do you agree, while you answer the question, do you agree that Samuel Toy was the main target? And if the government, as finance minister, on all of his charges about economic sabotage, money laundering charges, fraud charges, if the government could not uh, uh, make this case effectively, that the jury agreed that they could not prove beyond the reasonable doubt that Samatwe did all of what he was accused of, do you think that it makes sense that that it makes sense that they somehow made their case against the other two, which again, from our perspective, I think that is going to be an appeal easy to won at the Supreme Court, because it just doesn't make sense that the jury would agree that the main target, the finance minister who was accused of disbursing funds, withdrawing funds, they couldn't prove any of these things, right? How do you allow the two, that he's found not guilty on all of these charges? They could not decide on one charge. They decided on two. How can the government make its case, but miss out on its main target?
Well, what is true is that you can have multiple defendants charged, and based on the role they play, you can pinpoint and say, but this person played a greater role, and try to pursue that. Whether the jury verdict makes sense, for me, not only as a lawyer, but as a reasonable person, it does not. Because it's not only that the government said Samuel Twe took the money or authorized the money or did. Samuel Twe himself said he did. On the witness stand, he said he did. He said he had the authority to do so, but they use it for national security purpose. In fact, at the beginning of the case, he said we use it for national security purpose, and so we cannot even be brought to court because we are immune. So they went to the Supreme Court to stop that prosecution. The Supreme Court said, no, you have to go down and answer. That's criminal answer. The jurors agreed, because once they found some people guilty for theft, that means they agreed that the money was not used for national security purpose. They agreed, and at the ordinary librarians you're talking about, they agreed that the money was stolen because they found someone guilty for theft. But then how they decided that the person who said, I played the main role in this, not he didn't do anything, but these people are the ones, that is for any rational man to decide. It doesn't mean in my mind that the government did not make its case.
Yeah, but I think you just made the argument, and you've made the argument on like none other. This is the argument. This is where I want us to apply common sense, right? Because the accusation was that he illegally authorized the funds, which the jury did not agree to. They also accused him for diverting funds for personal gain. There's no question as to whether the purpose for which the funds were disbursed for national security purposes. So if the jury agree that he did not illegally authorize or disburse fund, if they agree that he did not, there was no withdrawal done on the dates indicated in 2023, if they agree
No,
that
the jury did not. No, I think you're going way beyond
no,
the scope. No. Listen, you're going way beyond the
Robert,
scope.
the so
Listen,
let's not argue on that. Let's not argue on that. But let me
no,
just make
let's
the
not.
point.
No, but it's also good. I know that it's your perspective.
No, it's not my
right?
perspective. It's not my
No.
perspective.
I know
One
that's
second,
your
man. One second.
perspective.
One second, real quick.
But
In the document, the accusation, the prosecution argue that the funds were illegally disbursed. They argue that there were withdrawal made on particular dates. That was part of the argument against Samuel Tweah. What I'm saying to you is the fact that he was found not guilty on all of these charges is indicative of the fact that they agree that none of these things happened. I'm not the one who made the argument in court. They made the argument in court. So if they agreed that everything that was alleged by the prosecution against Samuel Tweah, the chief financial architect of the government, how can it be logical, Laz, that he didn't do all of these things, but somehow there was theft happening? So how did the theft happen when they agreed that the monies were used for national security purposes?
So the jury did the prosecution. First thing correction is that the prosecution did not say Samuel Tweah withdrew the money.
So who did they say withdrew the money?
The controller of the FIA. You see, we shouldn't get sentimental about this. There's a fact on the record. The Minister of Finance transferred the money into the FIA account.
Mm-hmm.
The controller of FIA wrote the checks to himself and withdrew the money over the counter. So the point I'm making is that the juror, and again, that is the rationale of the jury. So the government's argument was that first, that whole process of which the money was transferred to FIA was illegal. It went outside the government budgetary process. The withdrawal of the money by the controller, the cash, and the disbursement was illegal because it was not used for national security purpose, and that money was stolen. The jurors agreed that the money was stolen because they held somebody for stealing the money. I'm not saying that the right person, I'm not saying that the wrong person, but they held somebody for stealing the money. So once they said that money was stolen, this means that they also believe that because they believe there was a conspiracy. And they said two persons conspired. They said there was a facilitation, that the other person facilitated and conspired, and the money was stolen. So that is the jury's verdict. The question now is, if you say it was stolen and this person had played all this role, how come you say he did nothing wrong? That is the jury's rationale. So,
but Councillor, could you help me understand this? I'm sorry. The 2 points here the government is making, I think you talk one. The first is the reason for the transfer of this money to the Financial Intelligence Unit, and then the manner of disbursement. And so I like to understand, because I understand the former finance minister is arguing that this money was intended for national security. Help me make sense of why money intended for national security is going to the Financial Intelligence Unit. Do you have any reason for that?
But that is part of the case that was made. Number one, that the Financial Intelligence Agency is not within the national security architecture.
Correct.
And so why would you fund the money through the FIA when they are not part of the national security architecture? Number two, during the trial, those who are part of the national security architecture, for example, the Minister of Defense, chief of staff and all that came to the trial and said, no, we know nothing about this. We have no idea about this other national security issue.
Correct.
But you said there was a National Security Council decision, and the National Security Council is made up of the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Defense, the National Security Agency. All those people would say they were not part of it.
Right.
So that was the question. That was the issue.
Right.
So how the FIA, which is not a part of that architecture according to the government, why you use that channel? Number two, one of the issues was, in fact, for me, is that how could even the controller take that amount of money over the counter?
Mm-hmm.
Because the FIA by itself is supposed to be a check on people. You know, there's a banking law that certain amount of money you cannot cash over the counter.
Right.
So how the people who supposed, because once you do that, it flags to the FIA from the banking system, because they will say that money laundering.
Right.
So how can you take equivalent of over $1 billion Liberian in cash? So how the people who supposed, because once you, somebody is asking.
Yeah, and that's where I'm confused, because Minister Pewee seems to have has been absolved. Yeah, and I understand he directed the money to the FIA, and I don't understand. I'm really suffering here.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody, I think there's some feedback somewhere.
Guys, let me welcome Councillor Johnson. Arthur Johnson, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you. How you doing?
Senior Counsel, how are you doing?
Hello.
Great. Very great.
Great. I have with me on the show here, we have St. Tomalin George the First. We have Seleke is here, Telvico, Robert Garguah, Victor Nagbe. We have Dr. Henry Peabo, and then Councillor Andrew Ma, and your Audible 7, Jerome Gayman. Thank you for coming in. I know you said you wanted to make some clarity on some of the issues, so we welcome you to this show. Is there anything that you wanted to comment on, or anything that you wanted to start off with before we go into the question?
Yeah, sure. I listened to Councillor Ma, my brother and friend over there. I think that there is because your platform is a very big platform, and when statements are being made, I understand that you guys who are the panelists, there is no lawyer among you guys. But sometimes some of the questions need to be asked so that our people can get to understand what is really obtaining. So I'm calling basically to deal with two essential points. The first has to do with the statement that I understand my brother and friend Amber is saying that from his school of thought, the state must appeal. That's one. Two, he's talking about the verdict, and that what is obtaining now is the state has proved its case, and so on the basis of that, the verdict, the state has shown, and there is evidence to prove that people committed crime. So these are two things I want to deal with quickly before I leave your show. And let me just start quickly with the issue of the state having an appeal. Let the Liberian people know that the issue of the state having an appeal is not an individual perception about giving the right to a state to appeal. People are reading Article 20B of the Constitution in isolation of Article 20A of the Constitution. Whenever you guys hear Article 20 of the Constitution of Liberia, it is the due process clause of Liberia. It is the law that says that no person shall be deprived of right, liberty, security, privilege, or property without the opportunity to be placed in a court of law of competent jurisdiction with due process. The right to be heard, the right to counsel, the right to cross-examine, the right to introduce evidence in your favor for your defense. That is Article 20A. The extension of Article 20A is Article 20B, which says the right of an appeal from a judgment, decree, or decision is inviolable. Now, this Article 20B is the one people are reading in isolation of Article 20A. The intent of Article 20B is an extension of Article 20A. That when you give the president due process in the Code of Competent Jurisdiction, even if he is denied those privileges, he has the right to appeal. That idea, that phrase, that particular clause is primarily intended for the defendant, even though the state can appeal. Now, the Constitution is a general law. And because now all of the aspects of the society and the legal proceedings that the Constitution addresses, the statutes are passed by the legislature to fill those gaps. And that is where the legislature comes in and says there are conditions under which in the civil procedure, in the criminal procedure, that the state can appeal and the state will not appeal. Now, the state does not appeal in failing the Article 20B, that on the grounds that why is because it has powers. The state is powerful, and this idea where the state should not appeal is borrowed from the Anglo-American common law tradition. In Great Britain those days, the king used to still convict people or try people and make sure to the extent you try them over and again until you find them guilty. On the basis of that, the people passed this law and said, no, when the person is acquitted, the state cannot appeal. The American system, when they developed, they incorporated it under the theory of double jeopardy. Under the theory of double jeopardy. So I see people reading the Article 20B in isolation. And there is something in our law practice we call the doctrine of harmonious construction. This principle of interpretation says, when you are reading the law and interpreting the sentence and the language of the law, do not interpret just take one portion and run with it and say this is what the law is. In order to understand in harmony how the structures of the law are, you must go to other sections that fall under that structure. So when I have a problem with my brother, my colleague over there, when you say that I believe the state must appeal, you sat at the level of the Supreme Court as a public relations officer. Do you know how damaging, how misleading, and how misdirecting it will be for the layman when you say, I believe the state must appeal? In which law in Liberia, which case had appeared before the Supreme Court that you have heard the Supreme Court have appealed in a criminal trial?
But counsel, let me.
I'm coming.
I thought. Let me just, counsel. Let me. Sorry. I don't want to do this, but I think it's necessary to do this now. First is that, with all due respect, I respect you as a senior lawyer, a senior counsel, and I respect you. But the first thing is that you cannot tell me that my reading and my principle of the law is misleading other people, because you yourself don't have all the authority over the law. You cannot say that what you are saying is not everything you carry the court, all the law you say you know, that everything you carry the court you win, because the court can also disagree with you. The same way you see that perspective of the law, I myself and other lawyers can disagree with you. It's only the Supreme Court that can sort it out. So you cannot tell me I'm not speaking, number one, as the spokesperson of the Supreme Court. And that disclaimer was made, and even the flyer that this panel or this platform put out, it said it clearly. So it is your perspective of the law, which I respect. But you cannot come and say that because another you say it is misleading the public. So everybody say Arthur Johnson is the only one who knows the law. That's how you see it. That's how you see it. Until we go to Supreme Court, you could be right, you could be wrong. That's why I'm not going to say that and say you're wrong. I'm not going to say you're also misleading people. Will I be right to say that you misled somebody to go to Supreme Court and say they have immunity? I don't do that. So you can't do that. You can't do that. In this practice, you don't learn to put others down. You say from your perspective, and I respect that, Arthur. Counselor, I respect that. But for you to come on the platform, that's why I had to interject to say, being former spokesperson of the Supreme Court, and coming on the platform and saying that what you believe, the school of thought you believe in the law, is misleading people? You don't have all the authority over the law, Counselor, with all due respect. And I respect you, and you know I respect you. But I think that has gone too far.
Okay.
That's all I wanted to interject.
Are you true now? You true now,
Yeah, go ahead. Say what you want to say.
Okay, great. So
I'm
let
not
me
going to respond
proceed.
to you again. Say what you want to say.
Okay, let me proceed. The idea of double jeopardy that extended to the American jurisprudence that they placed into their Fifth Amendment is about double jeopardy is something that they borrow from the American system. It's not on whims and caprices. And in one of the cases in the United States, because we borrow from them under the doctrine of stare decisis, they said that every time when there is an acquittal by a competent court in the final, it is final and cannot be appealed by the government. And Justice Gray of the U.S. Supreme Court in 1896 established and read that principle that was established by the Supreme Court of the United States of America. They said a verdict of acquittal could not be reviewed on error or otherwise without putting the defendant twice in double jeopardy. And in another case again, in the great United States, the United States versus Ball, that was in 1896 again. The principle was reaffirmed in Green versus the United States. We copied all of these things and brought them in our Constitution. So the idea that when the jury, the only time, because of that gap, and people felt that Article 20B will be misinterpreted or it will be a vacuum, there must be an interpretation of when the state can appeal. The legislature went and established in the criminal procedure law of Liberia, and they put it in the civil procedure law of Liberia. Now, let me come to the criminal procedure law of Liberia. Chapter 24 and section 24.3, if you go there, it says that the Supreme Court, let's say the state can only appeal in two instances. What are those instances? If there is an indictment, people will ask what they call indictment. The lay people, it means it is a formal charge from the grand jury saying that we have reason to believe that this person that is accused under the criminal law of Liberia must go to court and answer. The jurors are people from the community, the court, and the grand jury. When they return that particular formal accusation, and then the defendant who is accused of the crime filed a motion to dismiss that indictment, the state can appeal. That's one. The next condition under which the state can appeal is when the state starts the trial and there is a jury seated and they have produced evidence and rested with the production of evidence, that defendant decides, say, look, I'm not going to take the witness stand, Your Honor. I'm filing a motion for judgment of acquittal. He files that motion and says, even though the state have produced evidence, but the evidence is insufficient to hold me under the standard of reasonable doubt. If the judge grants that motion, that request that was made to the defendant, is called the motion for judgment of acquittal. That is the only condition under which the state can appeal. The reason I say it, Darrell, that we who, especially for you who have been privileged to sit at the level of the Supreme Court, should be the one to annex that in the annals of our legal commentary, that the state cannot appeal because your statement has weight. Why does it have weight? It has weight because you serve at the level of the Supreme Court. You sat over there to represent the Supreme Court to the public. That is what I'm concerned about. That's the reason I'm saying this. Comparatively, if you go in Canada, you look at Nigeria, you go to the United States, you try Sierra Leone, you try Ghana, when the court or the jury returns, or when the court returns an acquittal for a defendant, and that defendant, and it says that that defendant is not guilty, it's over. Why the people did that? They did that because this decision or the principle of double jeopardy is annexed within the democratic history of our country as a liberal democracy. That when you have the situation where you allow the state to appeal in criminal convictions, in criminal acquittal, the state having the resources will continue to try an individual over and again until that person can be convicted as a result of the power of the state to try or to be given a new trial or to be able to appeal. And that is the historical rationale. That is the intent of the framers of the law. That is the historical antecedents of the reasons why in criminal cases where the jury returned a not guilty verdict, that the state cannot appeal. So we as legal practitioners, when we're telling the people why the state should not appeal, it should be away from whims and caprices. I'm not saying you're speaking from whims and caprices, but I saw you sitting in a highly charged forum that is politically characterized, sentimental, deciding and discussing this particular issue. At that time, I expected you to consistently maintain, Darrell, that the state cannot appeal. I listened to you very well. You told the people, and we had thousands of people listening to you. You said, oh, but then the government is going on appeal. And you just said it here. And that's not true.
That is unfortunate.
The state cannot appeal.
Again,
now, let's come to the two defendants.
No. Again, Counselor, I must set you right.
Counselor, my man, you just don't let me finish, then you can go ahead.
No. Again, Counselor, I must set you right. That on this platform, and everybody's still on this platform, I never said that the state can appeal and the state is going to appeal.
It's not a platform. I'm talking about the class.
Even on every platform, I never said.
We say they can appeal.
As our law states.
You said Samuel Pewee equator is not yet over. I hear you saying that. Now, let's come to why we filed the motion for new trial. It's not retrial. They don't call it retrial. They call it new trial. A motion for new trial. Under our laws, the motion for new trial is only in the criminal procedure. It's only intended for the defendant, not the prosecution. Not the prosecution. And what are the reasons for the defendant? And there's our colleague, my friend and brother, Robert there. Robert was saying something over there, and I will follow him. Why are we filing the motion for new trial? It's simple. The main thing that the state rely on to go to court against Samuel Pewee is that Samuel Pewee disbursed money without authorized authority. That was the premise of the indictment. As a criminal lawyer, for me, in the practice, once that is done, the first thing I need to do is to see whether there are reasonable doubts within the premise. So our goal and objective at the level of the court was to determine. Our goal was to determine whether Samuel Pewee had the authority to authorize payment. So he had a triangular foundational framework of pillars of authority. One, the PFM law. Do you know that the PFM law gave the Minister of Finance the authority to modify the request of the president? Do you know that for money? The PFM law gives the Minister of Finance the authority to tell the president, I cannot give you money, no money. Do you know that? Go to section 14. Do you know that? Go to 26. Do you also know that the Minister of Finance, in the case of emergency, can expend money without being placed in the budget or allotted in the budget? Do you know that? Do you also know that? How we got to know is from their case and the PFM law. Do you also know that the Minister of Finance has the authority to pay without request? The government case was Samuel Pewee authorized payment without a written request. And so when we went to court, we had expert witness coming to testify, Dr. Samora Wolokoli. And then Samuel Pewee stand on the witness stand, challenge the government. He said, I want you to show me the law that says that the only way I can pay unless that request is written. He said, my authority is in what? The PFM law. My authority is within the National Security Reform and Intelligence Act of 2011. My authority is also within the president's authority to give me authorization to spend. He said, when there is an emergency, I don't need to wait for a letter. And we brought an expert witness. The government never reported that. The government never reported Samuel Pewee. On the basis of that, the pillar and the foundation of the prosecution's argument was destroyed. Now, why do we file the motion for new trial? We filed a motion for new trial because throughout the trial, the government was unable to show evidence of conversion of the money. You say economic sabotage.
Yep.
You say money laundering. Money laundering is the first thing about money laundering is that the first thing is that the money must be a proceeds of a crime.
That's right.
The money in the government's account was not an illegal money. It was a legitimate transfer. So the whole Samuel case was a misinterpretation of administrative procedure and the disagreement on administrative processes. And that was criminalized. And that's why we talk to the jury. There is no evidence showing Nyati Twan converting. There is no evidence showing Nyati Twan that he opened business with the money. There is no evidence that Nyati Twan withdrew money. There is no evidence that no paper money. There is no evidence that Nyati Twan was in an agreement preparing to commit a crime. So why do you hold him for theft of property? These are the elements of theft of property. Let me explain them in common sense to our Liberian people. When you say somebody stole, you're using the word, I see you emphasizing stole the money. Stealing means you took a property or a value that and that property belongs to another person. That two. And when you took it, it was not with the consent of that person or that institution. Three, you use it for your own personal aggrandizement with the intent to deprive the owner permanently. This is not rhetorical oratory. It is evidence. When you say in the indictment, you must show the evidence. Yeah, the people see it. The government did not do that. So people will not do. I'm not saying that you're the one doing that, but I see political actors moving around saying that. And when you, the lawyers, start making the kind of statement, they listen to them, they will run with it. Say, oh, we proved theft of property. What is theft of property they prove? Then you talk about conspiracy. Conspiracy says there must be an agreement. What is the evidence of agreement? That's why we filed a motion for new trial. Interestingly, when we filed a motion for new trial, people say, oh, but then it means that they're going to reverse Samuel Pewee and conviction. You kidding me? But the point is, with all due respect to my brother, he's, I like him because I like the way he talks. He has the voice for the microphone. But these shows, gentlemen, some of the times it is important for you guys to first of all investigate, get legal practitioners, people who are practicing the law, because the practice of the law is different from people who just read the law. Look, let me tell you something. I'm not talking to Dara, because what I'm saying is there are a lot of people who interpreting law on Facebook. You see the civil procedure and criminal procedure we'll talk about. Robert, I will tell you people it. You can read the civil procedure and criminal procedure if you never went to law, if you have never practiced, you will never understand it. You only read the language and the letter of the law, but you will not know the procedure. The procedure is practical, and that is the law, and that is the practice. You can get PhD in law, you can get 2-3 masters in law if you not go to court. So somebody coming to talk about legal issues, you'll be asking them, have you practiced before? Have you filed a paper before in court? And you know, what is your what have you done in the legal practice? What is the area of specialization or practice that you are in the area? Because this is criminal law we're talking about. There's not corporate law. There's not civil procedure. There's not commercial law. This is criminal law and procedure. That one of the high areas in the practice of the law, criminal procedure. So it's good sometimes when you invite Dara, then you bring another criminal law. I'm not saying me now. Somebody who is practicing criminal law and procedure.
Now, why you here now?
We need to bring you on by yourself. You need a whole show by yourself.
I'm only coming. The reason I'm coming is because our people are misinforming our people also about the law and about this case. Do you know people are saying that Samuel Pewee, the Supreme Court will reverse the not guilty verdict for Samuel Pewee, and people have believed it? Imagine that. It means that person who is saying that is not a lawyer. And in Liberia, who do we call the lawyer? We call the men who go to court a lawyer. They're not tax lawyering. The boy who don't go to court, they are tax lawyers. Darren know that. He knows that. He knows that what I'm talking. You see? So that's why I just came to make the point in for the Liberian people to know. Pewee is a free man. Even though today again, they came out again, they serve another letter from Arek. And their country, Yeah, thank you for the platform.
But
let's talk about that.
Guys, 1 minute.
You can't just come and just leave like that, though.
Let's
Oh,
see.
no, I thought you're just making me to give an info and go because
no, we need a whole show with you.
Listen, guys, one at a time. Tell me what was your time?
No, I'm just making a point that Councillor Johnson needs to come back, and we need to have a whole show with him. We appreciate you being on tonight, but we need a whole show with him.
Thank you. Mr. Nagbe, any question for the
yeah, I just wanted the councillor to clarify to us. I think Councillor Ambrose was making some clarification. I still like to understand why it is that his client directed the money to the FIA like he did. That is not in dispute, and this is not a part of the security arrangement. Why did he direct the money to the security agent? I mean, the FIU.
Thank you for the question. And you see that you have just concluded this is not a security arrangement. I will tell you it is the law. Let me give you one. There is a section in the National Security Reform and Intelligence Act of 2011. Section 11 is captioned financial. It says that the National Security Council, in the case of emergency, shall have the right and authority to expend money in the case of emergency without reference to any public financial law regulating how money must be spent in order to deal with that emergency. In the law.
Okay.
In the law. We
and
use
so
that
what
law.
was that emergency?
Yeah, one is emergency.
No, what was the emergency?
Very good. In national security, like we told the court and the jury, in 2023, the elections that were conducted in Liberia, there was emergency. You had the national joint security, you had all of the security apparatus to be deployed all over the country, and that there were threats. Now, the question is, what kind of emergency? In national security, my brother, there are emergency situations that you will not know, and the state does not need to declare them like the state of emergency. State of emergency is different from national security emergency when it comes to national security intelligence. Until the National Security Council declassifies that information, members on that council will never speak about that emergency. But what did they do? The legislature was very careful. They said, if you want to do accountability about how national security expenditure was made, they say under the same section 11 of the National Security Reform and Intelligence Act, it said there shall be audit annually. And from time to time, as the situation may occur, it said, in fact, the National Security Council shall maintain its own independent financial system apart from the public financial management laws of Liberia. It's in it. If you want me to do it after your program, I can send it to you. I can send you a copy of the act. That is what it says.
Please do,
So,
Councillor.
What the government was required to have done, the guys told them, look, this money was national security operations for the elections, the whole 2023. You think how they deploy the NSA people, how they deploy immigration all over the country when you're having elections? How they did it? Now, somebody said the government brought the Minister of Defense, the Chief of Staff. The President of Liberia can decide who sits in his national security meeting on the basis of a need-to-know principle. What is need-to-know principle? The need-to-know principle means what the left hand is doing, the right hand is supposed to know. In national security, they don't allow you to know all because it becomes a threat. So there are instances the president of the country will convene a national security meeting and he will not call the Minister of Defense, so long it has nothing to do with military. He won't. He will get involved the Ministry of Justice. He will get involved a party or the NSA, or the immigration, where it's an immigration, or the director of police. That's the authority. But the propaganda have been sent in the community, in the Liberian society, to the extent that people are not willing to know what the facts are. You all go and read the minutes. And if you don't want to read the minutes, I can send also the testimony of Samuel Tuwe. That was a public education free of charge under public financial management law and public government budgetary process. So the president can decide who sits on the national security meeting. So if you wanted to conduct an investigation, that was our point. use the National Security Reform Intelligence Act, because you're asking the people to tell you who received money and why they received the money for. When you call National Security Council members to go and testify to that, they will be exposing sources and mentors. Actors and practitioners in national security know what I'm talking about when I say sources and mentors. So what the guy said, go and conduct an audit. First of all, the president, in order to investigate national security actors, the president must commission an audit. When the audit is commissioned, the GAC will send a special auditor. This special auditor will come to the president, and the president will give him an oath, will administer an oath to him, the oath of secrecy. He conducts the audit. As soon as he's completing with the audit, when the audit is completed, he submits that audit only to the president because it is classified. Because the guys will tell you, oh, the money was for this person, the money was for that person, the other money was for this person. This is what the entity did. This is what the entity did. Then on the basis of that, if the president is not satisfied, the president will convene a National Security Council meeting. I'm speaking to you because I'm a former National Security Director before, so I know the procedure. I served as a former Deputy Director of Administration of the National Bureau of Investigation. I was one of the youngest at the time, at the age of 31, 32. So I know what I'm talking about. So that when the president reads that report and he's not satisfied, and he believes that there were fraud or there were some expenditures that were not accounted for, then the president will there are certain portions of the report that he feels that it can be closed up or should be erased, he will erase them. Then he will now call the council and they have a meeting and they can declassify the report and send it to an appropriate agency for criminal investigation. The government did not do that. That was the procedural irregularity they made. That was the procedural error, and we capitalized on that. So nobody telling you say the money was missing. No money was missing. The controller, they're talking about the controller. You know what the jurors free the ball for? The money in question, we're talking about $1 billion Liberian dollar, more than $1 billion Liberian dollar.
Can I just ask a question, please?
Yes.
How does all of this work?
He's still talking. Let him finish.
I'm just giving you an example. If that the money in question, the financial controller for the FIA went and told the court, he said this money was processed through the FIA and it is the authority of the president. The president gave the authority. They did not deny that. The government did not debunk it. The government didn't say that's not true. Under the law, when you fail to rebut, it is deemed considered as true. And the boss said to the juror that when that money came, I am the controller. I just processed it. The money was there. And the security people went, the institution that was supposed to get their money, they went and got their money. So why the government did not bring the CCTV from Central Bank? That's reasonable doubt. It's not sentiments. That law. That law. $1 billion Liberian dollar. If that 1,000 bill, you know that how many? You know the volume, how it will be? It will be more than 25 bags of rice filled. I'm talking about 100 kilo bags of rice. The weight, 25. That one man will walk out of the bank without money. So we told the jurors in the argument that no. Why the people did not bring the CCTV? The reason they did not bring the CCTV, they know that in the CCTV they saw that the money actually was received by the national security actors. That's why they didn't bring it. That's reasonable doubt. And we all, when we're selecting the jurors, all those jurors are saying now that nobody there is just stopping to high school. All of them are college graduates. Some of them get master's degree. You think that's stupid, people? Excuse for the expression. You think that's stupid?
Counselor, if you don't mind, Counselor, if you don't mind, can we interject for 1 second?
Another question?
1 minute. Can we interject for
1 minute? Yeah. 1 minute, Robert. Let me
just say one thing real quick.
Come on,
I'm not hearing you, Robert. I'm not hearing you.
1 minute. Let me welcome Ashley Jackson, Councilor Jackson.
I'm not getting you, Robert.
Jackson, welcome. Jackson,
can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, guys, apparently it seems like you got a new guest. So, because
we can't have
a specific time. So you got a new guest to extend your show.
Councilor, I don't think you should leave.
No, but you are giving me a specific time. The time is gone. You got a new guest.
You read
Right. So no.
Listen, Robert, 1 minute. We have invited our guest here for 2 hours. We said he was coming until 8 o'clock. And he was kind enough to wait, and we entertained Councillor Johnson. So it would behoove us to give Councillor Ma time to rebut and then do his closing before he leaves. Councillor Johnson, if you want to hang on, please, 1 minute. Or if you have any questions.
I'm not getting you guys.
No, can you just hang on a little bit while Councillor Ma share, give his rebuttal.
Gotta let everybody mute while he speaks.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, go ahead,
No, thank you, gentlemen. You know, again, I said I'm not going to go back and forth and rebut or whatever Arthur says. It is opinion. It is his legal understanding of the law, and you know that is why we go to court. That is why all the talking and all that one. And as I said earlier in the show, we could go, the Supreme Court could make a determination, not make a determination until that is tested before the court. I believe and belong to the school of thought that Article 20, especially with the right to appeal, accrues to all parties before the law. Now, he may see it differently. Until we go to our Supreme Court, the Supreme Court has not. And it's true. Once that matter has not come before our Supreme Court, we'll always refer to the receptive statute. Come to America and probably other jurisdictions if we can find it in America. So I'm not going to argue, and I've said that on this show. And I must be clear again. I did not say that the state was going to take an appeal. I said that as our law states today, our criminal procedure law, the state cannot take an appeal. And I went on to then say, but I believe to the school of thought that that right to appeal, as is in the Constitution, should be for all parties. And I don't agree, as I said, with the double jeopardy principle. Because I said, first, you will assume that every time the state takes an appeal, the Supreme Court will reverse the case and will be retrial. No, the Supreme Court could confirm that jury verdict of not guilty. Number two, even when you are found guilty and you go to the Supreme Court on appeal, the Supreme Court can send you back for a retrial. That's retrial. Why won't you call that double jeopardy? But once a matter goes to the Supreme Court on appeal, that matter is not ended. And that is a fact in the law. Once the matter goes on appeal, it is not ended. It's not concluded. It then only concludes with the Supreme Court. And I said, over the years in our practice, because of the criminal procedure law, the state has never gone to appeal on. I understand from one of my colleagues that recently there was a case where the state has filed and was granted an appeal by the same judge. I have not followed that case, but I think it was just recent. But it's before the Supreme Court. I understand it's not being dealt with. So either whether the state has that right or not, the Supreme Court may one day finalize on that. The second thing again is that, you see, that's what we all lawyers do. Now, of course, Arthur is defending his case in the court of public opinion again. He's saying why he believes that he won, or the jurors got it wrong. My young sister here asked the Justice Minister on the statement. The Justice Ministry also said why they think they won the case. All right. And my brother here asked me on my opinion. And I said, as I followed, as the jury, I believe also they made a case. But that verdict is temporary because the Supreme Court will overturn that because of this dealt with. So either whether the state has that right or not, the Supreme Court may one day finalize. Sorry, but that there is a verdict. Some feedback.
Councillor Johnson, I think you got
because of this dealt with. There's some feedback. The state has that right or not. There's some feedback.
Anybody, can somebody mute Councillor Johnson, please?
Oh, that Councillor Johnson's something?
I think so.
All right. So whether the judge, and I said that even the judge can see wisdom in the motion, and the judge can grant the retrial, or the judge can decide not to disturb the verdict, and it goes to the Supreme Court. And I've already said the three things that the Supreme Court can do. So that matter, as it is not up there, you can say you win, but the Supreme Court is the final decision because that case is not ended yet. It may end to the Supreme Court. And the last thing you say, you talk about the national security procedure and protocol. That is your theory of your case. I may disagree with you. All right. Other lawyers may disagree with you. That is why we go to court. All right. So if you come and you think that every lawyer should follow and toe Arthur Johnson's line, because that's what he says, it is not going to be possible. So you cannot say that when other lawyers are discussing this case and they see it other than how you see it, then you say they are misleading the public. And that is wrong. That portrays that you assume to know everything, and plenty talking doesn't mean everything. That's why I was very clear and said, you said that these people were immune. You used the same financial intelligence law and all the laws and went to the same Supreme Court. And yes, you gave it up in that court. You shouted, you propounded all your laws. The court told you were wrong. That's how you saw it. All right? So I think it is dangerous for other lawyers to sit and try. You can disagree, and we can disagree with each other in the court. That's how we go to court. Even in the court, you can disagree. But for you to come and say that when people are discussing the matter and they take it from a different point of view other than you, that means they are misleading the public. I think that is a dangerous way to go. All right? Arthur Johnson is not the only lawyer in Liberia, and I do respect him. I respect him very well. But you can't play down other people because they don't agree with you. And that's just what I wanted to say. I'm sorry that the show had to go into that personality. I was going to respect his opinion as to what he says, and I do respect it, but I disagree. As for the matter of the case, I'm not a lawyer in the case, but I say from how I see it. He says it from why he see it. Now he's going to make his argument before the judge. The judge will agree or disagree with him. If the judge disagree with him, he's going to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court may agree with him or disagree with him. That's it.
Can I ask a question for clarity, though? Am I audible?
Yeah, let me
ask a quick question before the lawyer comes. I don't want to lose my train of thought, please. I want to ask the attorney Ambrose, the guest, right? So just for clarity, though, because for me, I'm not a lawyer. So you guys, we'll listen to you guys, right? But I don't think it's about who agrees with who. It's about what the law says, right? So just for clarity, are you saying that because an appeal is being made in this case by the defense attorney of the defendants who were found guilty, are you saying that by extension that appeal includes the verdict of Samuel Tweed, and by that you mean that the entire case has not ended, or are you specifically saying that the case has not ended for the others who were found guilty, for which the appeal is being made? That's the clarity I want you to make.
I think I made that point earlier on this show. Unfortunately, you're not here. That it does not include the guilty part, the party that was acquitted. I said even in this retrial, this motion for retrial does not include the party that was found not guilty. I made it clear on this platform already.
Thank you, sir.
All right, gentlemen. Isaac,
welcome to the show. Can you hear us, Isaac Jackson?
All right, gentlemen. So
I can hear you.
Yes, but can I be asked to be excused?
Yes, please. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Ambrose, for the.
Ambrose, let's connect. Let's connect.
Yeah, everybody.
Right. Okay, thank you. Let me welcome Isaac Jackson. Isaac Jackson, welcome to the show.
Thank you. It is my distinct honor to be here. Let me say good afternoon, absolutely, to Liberians and friends of Liberia following your show For some strange reason, I can't see myself. But anyway, if you can see me, I'm not going to be here.
You can't see yourself?
I can't see myself. I don't know my computer playing trick on me, but you know.
We can see you. That's the most important thing.
Let's deal with substantive. You know, I listened to my friend Andrew Ma, and I listened to Councillor Arthur Johnson. Arthur have a towering.
I'm not getting you, man.
Hello?
Wow.
Are you hearing me now? No, but Arthur, relax. If you can't hear me, no worries. Councillor Arthur Johnson has had a towering reputation for being a distinguished courtroom lawyer. Since graduating from law school, Arthur and myself were classmates, right? Since graduating from law school, Arthur went directly to the court. I went to politics because I became minister automatically. I became assistant minister, and then I went to government. Arthur served as a public defender. All the way he claimed from that lower rank of a public defenders funded by the UNDP money, and then he claimed the rank of our jurisprudence. So Arthur knows what he's talking about. What I would do for us tonight is to be simplistic. If you want some authorities on the matter, I know Councillor Augustine Chie, he's written a very insightful piece on the matter, and a few other people. But what I would bring for the understanding of all our people, ordinary people, is to take common sense to a higher level. In this day and age, if you want to do a research and you don't have the time to be exhaustive, you just Google, ask a simple question. And the simple question for consideration tonight is whether or not a government under this heaven, including the United States government, can take an appeal after a jury not guilty verdict. The holding to the question being asked is a categorical no. Anybody on the panel can now Google that question. Can the government take an appeal after a jury not guilty verdict? And I Google, and let me read for you what Google just told me. When I say categorically, Google said generally, the answer to that question is no. It said in the United States, the government cannot appeal a jury not guilty verdict because of the constitutional protection against double jeopardy under the Fifth Amendment. You know, America got all the amendments, right? So under the Fifth Amendment, the government cannot. Liberia justice system, our jurisprudence, our law, we copy many things in our country from the United States. So it will be a difficult argument for people who say, oh, they can take a pew. If there is any exception here to take a pew, it will be out of fraud. But in the instant case, nobody is arguing fraud. In fact, there are people who are so desperate to the extent that they start to falsely claim in the public that Justice Bassey was now asking for a review of their case because there was an element of fraud. We just found out that this is not true. It is not true. So, gentlemen, general principle of law is that following a jury not guilty verdict, you cannot take an appeal. I can read further for your consideration. They say the United States Supreme Court has repeatedly held that an acquittal, even if arguably mistaken, cannot be overturned by the prosecution simply because the government disagrees with the verdict. This is not a very technical legal argument. Anybody with a functioning cerebral cortex, anybody sentient can read this and understand it. So, gentlemen, don't waste your time. People who are associated with the government are fighting shame. This was a major blow in the face of the government. I take you to another place, right? to show that even those who are associated with the government, including journalists that are sympathetic to the government, are going to the extent and extreme by arguing that 3 people got convicted. This is also not true. I have written a piece on that, and there is a commentary that is now making the round on Facebook that a hung jury verdict, it is not and cannot be equated to a convicted verdict. So our friend Stanley Ford, had a hung jury verdict. And the general principle in law is what? The presumption of innocence. A hung jury verdict, what it indicates is that the government brought a rubbish case unsupported by substantial evidence. The government did a terrible, terrible poor job, did not convince the juror that the case was substantive, it was watertight. Hence, the juror could not pass on this. So, on they hung jury verdict, but Stanley Ford will be walking around, he's not going to any criminal imprisonment, he's going to be moving about. So, how can people who associate with the government say that's a guilty verdict? It shows to you the extent to which some of our people are desperate to call info button a draw game, a winning game. Because here it looks a jury verdict. I'm just saying layman term, right? In layman term, a hung juror is a draw game. And in legal jurisprudence, in legal term, my man, when there is a draw game, brother, the guy who was accused, he go to a house and see. You not see him near jail door. And the man not near jail door. How can you intelligently argue that he was convicted? So, brother, government didn't do well with this case, like we have said repeatedly, because the case was dripping with what? Bitter vengeance. It was dripping with political vendetta. And because it was dripping with political vendetta, the juror, the ordinary Liberian people said, no, we cannot convict. We are not convinced. Samuel Pewee is set free, except and until the government can prove that there was any temporary. But what I even heard from the sidewalk, from the grapevine, was that it was the government people that were even attempting to bribe some of the jurors. And they said, no, we're not taking money. We serve our consciences. You understand that, brother? So, brother, let's be earnest. We should not deploy any quote-unquote sophisticated legal argument here. Do a simple Google search whether or not the government can appeal a jury not guilty verdict. It will tell you, generally speaking, categorically speaking, it is a no. That's the holding.
Thank you.
But can the defendants appeal, as in the case of the 2 convicted defendants?
Yes. We went over that already. You see, that's why you keep coming late to class. But ladies and gentlemen, let me read this. Let me read this to you.
My man, I keep basically are doing 2 jobs.
No. Oh, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about I made it. Listen, guys. I was able to pull up the verdict right here. I got it. I'm going to read it to you. Okay. It says here, this is the verdict. Samuel Pewee was charged for economic sabotage. They said not guilty. Theft of property, not guilty. Money laundering, not guilty. Criminal facilitation, not guilty. Criminal conspiracy, not guilty. All charges, not guilty. Jefferson Kamara, economic sabotage, not guilty. Theft of property, not guilty. Money laundering, not guilty. Criminal conspiracy, not guilty. Criminal facilitation, not guilty. For Moses P. Cooper, sabotage, economic sabotage, not guilty. Theft of property, not guilty. Money laundering, not guilty. Criminal facilitation, not guilty. Criminal conspiracy, not guilty. For Nyenwolo Tuan, economic sabotage, not guilty. Theft of property, guilty. Criminal facilitation, guilty. Criminal conspiracy, guilty. For Stanley Ford, economic sabotage, guilty. Criminal facilitation, guilty. Money laundering, not guilty. And the rest, hung jury. So here we are. Only one person was found guilty of theft of property. Only one. So the argument that the folks were making was, if the fulcrum of the government's case was on theft or property stealing, which is, like I said, physically taking the money and carrying it, and they find out nobody did. Like the councillor was saying, for someone to take $1 billion plus money out of the bank, it got to be sack of money in bags and bags. And for that to happen, they got footage of cameras everywhere. It's easy. Just bring a camera and see who did that. So this is the verdict from the court. Let me go. Everybody have eyes. I think Ink have been here the longest. He spoke once and he have not. Ink. That's why the people call you Ink, because that's what's showing on the screen. Is that truth in ink, and we don't have your name, so I'm gonna be consistent. Ink. Any question, any commentary to our new judge in chamber, Anthony Isaac W. Jackson Jr.
So yeah, counsel. I mean,
yes, sir.
Arthur rated in like under 30 seconds, he provided lapses in the government cases. I mean, not the law aspect of it, but the basic administrative, basic procedure that perhaps a good lawyer or a team desiring to win would have attempted to do. For example, getting the CC camera, at least to consolidate its facts. Those basic things that anybody will do. If, for example, you come out here and say, roll enter the house, at least the minimum thing you must say, roll enter the house and store the telephone, the TV, the date. As opposed to you go into the court and say, roll enter my house, but you don't even know, you can't even say anything I get missing from the house. So the basic idea before the law. So when you look at all of those things, how do you rate the Solicitor General? Is he, quote unquote, a dead lawyer, as others would say, or just somebody who was just there for the show, or he just not? I mean, if you are the one making the decision for his neck, what will you do?
That's a good question. But before I answer the question, let me circle back to what we're just talking about, right? Those who are even arguing that the government could take an appeal regarding this verdict, you want to ask them one simple and intelligent question. What would be the basic for the appeal? What would be the fulcrum of the government case to take an appeal? Why would we carry to the Supreme Court? That's what you got to ask them, right? And we need an intelligent answer to that question. Because there got to be a basis to take an appeal. Because, like we just read, not because the government is displeased with a verdict, so it will take an appeal, right? It had to prove. And even after the juror has been disbanded, the government cannot take any appeal under these circumstances because you can't bring them back, right? You can't go investigate it. You can't ask them any question. Now they go home, they're doing different things. You can't bring them back. The other thing is, which is intelligent to consider, is if, like Gayman said, if the fulcrum of your case was not guilty, where are you going to eradicate? Where on what pillow now are you going to eradicate the case? The major charge, the critical charge, jurors say not guilty. This thing is finished. But to go to your question, my dear brother, what this demonstrates is that Liberia has a lot to do. Not because we are not the one at the Ministry of Justice, but if the government was not engaged in the rampant corruption, the uncontrolled corruption, the corruption now that permeates the entire government, the government will at least equate that Ministry of Justice or the agency of the government, the areas, to make sure they will have whatever is needed to give them the evidential document to take to court. But because this was not anything that was done scrupulously, people are in a hurry to find other people guilty, even though there is not supporting document, right, to convict people. They're just in a hurry. The same thing now you see going on here. After a long trial, jury says Samuel Toe not guilty. Instead of asset recovery taking its time to be judicial, painstakingly going through whatever pieces of evidence before then, they are now in another rush. Okay, so asset recovery has just written a letter. Asset recovery, where has your letter been ever seen? By the time you see not guilty, you bring another letter. These people are in a hurry to convict somebody. Let me remind our government, if you look to South Africa, you know what propelled Jacob Zuma to the presidency of South Africa? That were these Buka court cases. The first case that they brought against Jacob Zuma was in 2006, a Buka case about rape. Jacob Zuma went to court and defeated the government. He moral claim. Then the government did not stop like our government doing now. They probably brought another case of corruption regarding some kind of arms sale. Jacob Zuma went to court again, defeated the government. The public groundswell of support went in the favor of Jacob Zuma, and he remained unstoppable till he won the election. Correct? In 2009, these things that these people are doing, you go behind one Samuel 12 a whole day, because the more you go behind Samuel 12 and accusing, you giving him a center stage to make his case to the public. And if he makes a very valid, sound case to the public, he will be unstoppable soon. Because you will not turn back that groundswell of support behind the man. You see what they're playing with here? That's what happened in South Africa. I'm just cautioning this government to be careful. Take your time, evidence gathering, and not hurry, and not overnighting. By the time we get in there, one brother, I had to call my friend, Clark, we're all in the same school, we're in school, but the same time, Clark, and read letter, we gotta ask you, brother, what are you doing?
Jackie,
Take your time and process the defeat that you're dealing with. And then you can start another case. But they hurry here will backfire again spectacularly.
Yeah, we don't want to bust traffic. Let me go to Telvi. Hurry, don't hurry. Come on with your question. You are muted. Telvi, you are muted. There you go.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize I was on me. I was busy laughing. No, myself, I'm kind of concerned how, less than a week. Can you hear me, Mr. Jackson? Thank you for taking some time to be here. I'm myself kind of concerned how fast they're bringing on these prosecutions or these cases. You just have one on Monday, and then less than a week, you bring another one. Then somebody will wonder why you're going with so much speed. And so I don't know if I think you alluded to it, but I'm still trying to understand that. I wish I would have asked Mr. Councilor Mansu when he was here. I mean, are they trying to really seek accountability, or should we say this is, a witch hunt or something? Because I'm confused at the rates at which they're going.
I will get to your question, but let me just say this. The thing my friend Andrew Ma was saying, you must ask him when he come back, or you had the time to ask him. Mm-hmm. What is the precedent case that he has on mind for which he was saying what he was saying? Because what he's suggesting is with all the benefit of precedent. In law, many of the cases are decided on precedent, right? So anything like with all the benefit of a precedent in law is questionable, right? Because if you say, we can take a pew, what a precedent, brother? There got to be a precedent for what you're suggesting. To answer your question,
cases, you think? I mean, with these cases, like I said, I'm
coming to your question now.
Prosecution. Okay. I don't know. I'm
want to deal with the fact that what Mr. Mao, Councilor Mao, was suggesting is with all the benefit of precedent. So that's a strange practice. In law, when we say it's with all the benefit of precedent, that's a strange practice. Okay. To come to your question, the same asset recovery people, driven by either public sentiment or witch hunt or trying to score political capital, they went after Mary Daniel Bro. Even when they did that, they desecrated the home, the sanctity of the home of the former president, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Madam Broad was an Ellen Johnson Sirleaf resident. When the asset recovery people went there and dragged her, she, along with Kumaya, right, on the issue of this arresting, you want to ask them how far they gone with that other kids? They were in a hurry to go and disgrace Mary Bro. They're not in a hurry to prosecute. It shows that they did not have the substantial evidence to go to court and prevail. This is the same thing we see happening here. This is the same thing we see happening here. You think when you write letter and put people through all of these unnecessary back and forth, you will gain some kind of currency. But at the end of the day, when the president prevails, you will get the egg on your face. And we have to tell our government, there's a lot to do with the resources of the republic than to put it at the disposal of political fight. You take government money that you're supposed to refurbish schools to fight a political war. Today, JFK is with our medicine. JFK is with our medicine. I saw a video training where the girl was deeply angry with JMB. He said, we at time my father went to JFK, he got better treatment. There's other people time my father goes to JFK, he's a dead body in the casket. The government is not worth. This is not a sophisticated Liberian person speaking. They say to testify that the government is functioning well and serving the people, don't speak to the privileged. Go in the streets. Go talk to the whether market seller, the marketeers. They will say to you whether or not the government is functioning. Don't go ask Patrick Hunter. Don't ask our friends who are privileged and getting crumbs from the government, right? Don't waste your time asking them because they will tell you nursery tale, oh, we're doing well. But if the government really doing well, it will be on the lips of our people down water side. It will be on the lips of almost everybody. Today, look at Liberia, poverty all across the country. Instead of judiciously using our resources, taking your time and painstakingly going through evidence before going to court, the government want to score political point. The government want to engage in vendetta. Oh, what a man said yesterday, we got to make sure he go to jail. Or what other thing happened today, we got to make sure he go to jail. If the government is just interested in putting people in jail or doing its homework, nobody will be in jail. Because it's one thing to argue on the side wall, it's another thing to argue in court. When you go to court, there's a different standard. You must bring evidence. On the side wall, we all can talk loosely. When you go to court now, you must back it up with evidence. And this government doesn't have any substantial evidence to convict anybody.
Excellent. Mr. Nagbe, after you, let's go to Dr. Peabody. Any question for the judge in chamber?
No, I'm just getting some education here. I'll pass my chance.
Good. Dr. Peabody, we have, today we didn't have a shortage. You know, I really liked today's show because we had a varying opinion, right? We got pros and cons, and it's a good thing. You got one bastard man, you got one petty man. You're
Who's the petty man?
You got one crew man, you got one lawman man. You're doing it out. That's how it is. So we got both sides.
Well, I thought Arthur Johnson was bastard man though.
No, what I'm saying, I'm just saying, you know, the way it went today is very good. So here we are, we have pros and cons. And anytime you have a show where you have a pros and cons, now one person can make their case, but when both of them can argue the case, and then the jury, the people out there, they can decide. We have done our job by bringing three competent lawyers, and they can make the case. So now our audience out there now, they will decide, because they are the juror now, whether these two lawyers made their cases and what would they think. I think from what I'm reading here, looks at everybody that I'm reading here, from what I'm saying here, look at based on the evidence that was presented, they will have found these people not guilty as well. So that means the government has a lot of work to do. This is why 2011 I was in Liberia and President Ellen Johnson said he was meeting the press. And someone said John Molu had brought all the other cases. What are you doing? She said, we have tried 87, we lost 86. So what am I going to do? I'm not going to try anybody anymore. We are now just going to hang it over their head and make them shame. Just leave it because we can't win in a court system.
But Mr. Gayman, that was my point to Councillor Myean when I said that they're constantly losing cases. That was exactly my point to him.
But the thing is, I like the different acumen for, against, I like it from a legal standpoint. I think I like both everybody, from that point. But the good thing is, Twelve was acquitted, and that's a good thing. He was acquitted. He went to court, and he was acquitted. But my worry here again, one concern I had, and I would have asked to the man that question. Why the people but he's not a UP, he's not in the UP government anyway. But why a lot of the people in the UP government don't want to accept the verdict? A lot of people, they don't want to accept it until they came out with another propaganda again that the chief justice want to, talking about jury tampering and all of that. But my attention is drawn to that other letter that they sent Mr. Twelve again. Just one day after, a few days after the acquittal. Now you going back again to try to get this man in something else. I think people need to I don't know, but this seemed like a real witch hunt. Councilor Jackson, this appears to me to be it's a real witch hunt, because in the first place, this man was been in Liberia all along. He had not been able to even see his family. He was just acquitted, They didn't even give him a chance to go and see his family, see his children. The next thing you're coming back with again, you're coming back with another letter. Why you didn't send this letter a long time ago? Why now? You're sending another letter again and trying to get him back into court again for another long haul. Is that we must get him? He must go to jail before something happened? Councilor Jackson, can you talk about that?
You asked a very intelligent question, and what the Unity Party people did today, I think the Chief Justice himself needs to be aggrieved, needs to be angry with elements within the Unity Party government that have prematurely dragged him to the public and associating him with this case, that making these false claims that he has taken seize of the case and that he's ordering for investigation. The judicial canon of Liberia is very clear. If you read Judicial Canon 16, it says the judges should be above party sentiment and sympathy. Judges are supposed to quarantine, isolate themselves from political consideration. If the United Party people see the Chief Justice and find him comfortable to associate him with this thing, he should be appalled because it doesn't help his reputation. In law, it is not just enough to do the right thing. You must be seen doing the right thing. And if the public believe that the judge is sympathetic to the United Party government, it doesn't speak good for the court. I don't know what the Chief Justice has done to send that signal to the executive that I don't want to be associated with these political questions. This is a political thing that they're doing. They're not helping the court. They're trying to tarnish the court's reputation and the way our people see the court. And I think the court should be appalled. I think the court should investigate the source of this information, because it doesn't give comfort to our people to go to that court when they believe, when the perception is there that the Chief Justice is friendly. to the ruling party government. The Chief Justice is supposed to be neutral. He's not supposed to take side. Judicial Canon 16 is clear. Anybody here can Google Judicial Canon 16 and read it. What the United Party people did today, I myself was concerned. Because there is not a basis for the court to be seized of this matter if nobody making clean or jury temporary. Long after the jury have been disbanded, we're having a problem in the country. So, to come to your question, brother, in law, there is a mercy. And I know our United Party people, most of them, they are desiccated, right? When I use the word desiccated, it means people who are intellectually dry out. There's not much flesh there anymore. They dry out. If they were not intellectually desiccated, they will know that there is a maxim in law that says accusation without evidence is dismissible. Every accusation you make, brother, you must give a supporting evidence to substantiate that claim. And the onus is on you. He who alleges the fact must prove it. When you accuse people of taking government money, you must prove it beyond reasonable doubt. We have a government that is not interested in proving things beyond reasonable doubt. We were here the other time and we were talking about this corruption thing. It was with the full knowledge of President Bouaka that Mohammed Ba, the man he appointed Nyenwolo as involved for economic activity or economic affair, whatever that is. That man, long before being appointed to that prestigious post, there were strong evidential basis that he had a cloud of corruption hanging over him. He was in a web of corruption. Bouaka know all of those and gave him the job. What did Ba do in recent time? Undermine the Liberian government. Then Bouaka was constrained to suspend him. My argument that I brought here before, which I will let to repeat for the consideration of our people. Why is Bouaka not setting example on his people? They say, when they pack the coal in your eye, right? You must take it from your eye before you go to the other man, right? And I say, come on, a forest in Liberia. Why Bouaka is not taking the coal from his eyes? Some of the people Bouaka have appointed as envoy for Liberia to represent Liberia, we all know they got dodgy history. Dodgy history. A case where Naughty Jabba that he sent to National Insurance. Naughty Jabba got disgracefully dismissed from the water and sewer by the Seleke administration where Bouaka was serving as vice president. Bouaka came to power, even though he claimed he was going to fight corruption, he gave Naughty Jabba a big job, National Insurance. You go to National Insurance, what he did there, it was not correct. Bouaka had to remove him. Today, Bouaka has not prosecuted him. And I talk about LRRC. All over the place, people who Bouaka have given appointed position to that have tampered with public money. Bouaka can't get time to ask them to go to court. They're only CDC people. Today, the PFM law that say we will not do off-budget spending. The government is violating that law daily as though it was a normal thing. They have normalized the violations of the law, and nobody cares. So, what he's saying here, brother, anybody who is observing these things and is earnest will know that Bouaka is not interested in fighting corruption. He's interested in paying debt. He's interested in vengeance. He's interested in persecution, not prosecution, persecution. We got to be very clear about this. We have to be very clear. Let Bouaka show us. Say, this is a man who I get big government job to. He has stolen. I'm taking him to court. I'm bringing all the weight of the government against one of my own. How can he convince us that he means well when he say he won't fight corruption?
Let me ask you a quick question here. In a matter like this, I think the penalties as anticipated should include restitution. Do you foresee a possibility of that happening? I mean, $6.2 million is no chump change. Now that so two who I believe would have had the capacity to. I'm not sure of the other people who have been found guilty. I'm not trying to put them down, but do you see the government of Liberia getting this money back from these people?
I didn't understand the question because I'm using my laptop and the volume is
Yeah.
question. Are you asking whether there will be restitution in some of these cases?
Yeah, in this particular case, there's $6.2 million.
In a particular case?
But what
Yeah.
is that to restitute?
But brother, the juror have given the final verdict.
Right.
You know, there is I think it's every time all the
No,
first
not necessarily from Mr. Tour, but the other
for the other people, for the
Yes.
other people, again, the council have made a representation on their behalf to review the verdict, but.
Okay.
You know, and that's what I was just saying to you when the government say all the other people guilty, the other person guilty. Some of those things they're not guilty, right? These are hang juror not guilty verdict. Even with some of the brothers who they say on this count, not guilty, on this count, mixed verdict. All of these mixed verdicts, sometimes mixed verdict can be negotiated. So it's not even guilty verdict. So I don't understand why the government is excited about even a mixed verdict. Why they excited about hung jury verdict? It just beats my imagination. It looks like people who are desperate for some kind of victory, but they can't get it, so they will hold on to anything and claim it to be victory. That's what is happening. It's shameless. It is downright shameless.
Honorable Jackson, yeah, go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, so I was asking the question. You know, it's not to say that Mr. Nagbe did not ask a good question. Is to, you know, what is that? Who's going to pay the restitution? Because this is why this doesn't make sense to me, right? I'm not a lawyer, and so those who are lawyers have a deeper understanding and appreciation for the law. But when you apply common sense, and you know, it was good that you read the verdict, because they've been pushing this narrative that Cemetery was never charged with theft of property. And so if Cemetery was the main target, and the jury did not agree with the prosecution case because they couldn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that one, those funds were illegally disbursed, that two, there were the funds were spent for the purpose outside of national security, that all of you know, economic sabotage, all of these charges. How on earth? And again, I would like to understand and kind of engage the mindset of the jury in the decisions that they made. But I think that you can't find Samatwa and the other guys not guilty of all of these charges, including theft of property, but somehow make the argument that the other guys are guilty.
No,
When
Robert, only one person is guilty.
one person is guilty of theft of property. So how did the jury arrive at that conclusion? This is my confusion. And I'm not, this is not an attack on the jury. It just doesn't make sense to me, because I can understand if each of them were charged with different charges. But this case, you know, for all of the defendants, you know, it kind of intertwines with everything. If one person is found not guilty, and if the jury believes that the prosecution could not prove what was alleged, or the allegation, the accusation made against Toy on all of these charges, as the chief economic person in all of this, because again, they made the argument that, you know, George Weah would not be rich or would not be able to sustain beyond 2029 if Samatua was not the finance minister. So I mean, how did they arrive at the conclusion that there's a hung jury? The other guys are found not guilty on all charges. There are no question about the fact that the government failed to make this case. And so if anyone will be paying restitution, who would that person be? And how did they arrive at this theft of property? How was something stolen? Because the money was legally authorized, The money, they didn't prove that the monies were spent for the purpose outside of national security. And the president, by virtue of the fact that the president withdrew his letter to have the NSA audited, I think it says a lot. It says more than we've actually talked about. Why has the president not audited the NSA? Because that talk came about exposing classified information when it came to NSA operations. And he was advised against doing so, that it wasn't even in the interest of his own government. If this government, Mr. Gayman, continues at the rate that they are right now, with the monies being allocated to NSA, by 2029, they would have invested more in NSA than any other government, including the Ellen Johnson-led administration and the George Bush administration. So are they telling us what those funds are for? And why is it that the NSA refused to provide any information as it relates to the operations of the entity under the administration or the time in reference? You know, listen, I think Joseph Boakai and Unity Party, if I was the Papa and I was advising him right now, you know what I would tell him, Mr. Gayman? If this was my dad, you know what I would tell him? I would have a one-on-one conversation with him without all of his advisors. And I would look in his face and say, Pops, I think we've lost focus here. We lost focus here. And this is not to say that the fight against corruption should not be a priority. I think it is the approach. And the fact that we have made this more political than anything else. So, Pops, I think it's time we kind of take a seat back and get back to the focus of rescuing the Liberian people. Because you know what's going to happen here? If they continue this letter that they have with Samatua, if they continue this case, this is enough reason why. Listen, we're not even talking about what happened at the border no more. We're talking about this whole targeted against a political opponent. We're not talking about what happened at the border no more. The Guineans are still at our borders, even though they're posting picture with the president sitting next to the Guinean president. It means absolutely nothing. It means nothing. They're still at our
Can you bring me one bottle of water,
the
please?
government has still hasn't done anything about it. So
Can
I
you
think
please
we
bring me
should
one bottle
focus
of water
on.
downstairs in the basement?
I said, meet yourself.
Jackson, you got an open mic.
Sorry, but I think that they should forget about this whole Samatua business and focus on the economy. They need to focus on the deliveries. They need to focus on completing the RIA role. They need to focus on creating a functioning private sector. I think they have a better chance of a re-election campaign than all of what they've wasted time on. And you know, people are mad right now. Close on this numbers of gaming. People are vexed. People are vexed that people are hungry, and this government is using taxpayer money over millions of dollars behind something they can't prove. If you can't prove the case, don't fight the case. It's an embarrassment. So they need to leave Samatua alone. This is going to be on appeal easily won. I think the Supreme Court will overturn this verdict, because if you could not find the other guys guilty in all of these charges, how can you prove theft of property? You will have to come to the court and say, this is how we prove theft of property. What property is in his possession? What property was in his possession? How did he? All of these things, they can't prove it. They can't prove it, and the NSA will never ever release any documentation, because they know any attempt to do so will expose not only the Joseph Boakai administration, will expose the you know what happening? I think what's being built in Lofa, that villa, I think that villa is coming from NSA money.
Of course.
That's why they will not disclose the donors. Have you noticed they have not even told us who are those foreign donors that they said contributed to that project? There are a lot of things going on with the NSA. But until we're serious about fighting corruption, if your hands are not clean, don't throw dirt out there, because this government is as corrupt as anything else.
Great. Your name and where you calling from?
Let me respond. Let me say something to guys.
1 minute, guys. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Gibson Giroux. I'm calling from Fargo, North Dakota.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think the brother raised a very cardinal point, and he raised a very cardinal point about how can, for example, the other guys that were guilty of facilitation, how can they facilitate a crime that the major defendants were acquitted of? You know, I read an opinion piece already, and I actually did my own analysis, and I feel that the government actually rushed this case. They wanted to lay their hands on someone, and someone like that would have brought public sentiments in their favor. And so they did not do due diligence for themselves. They did not do due diligence in the interest of the public. They did not analyze the case and just oppose it with the facts, with the law, with the facts. And I think that's where the problem. They don't tell me how you charge these guys, for example, with money laundering. For example, why will you charge them with money laundering? How do you charge people with money laundering in that kind of situation where national security agencies spending? You know, and I know, even right now, the NSA budget is almost 11 million now. Can they give account of what they're spending for? Can they audit the NSA right now? Can Barker administration audit the NSA to tell us how much they spent, how they spend the 11 million, what they're doing with the 11 million? How do they expend it? Who are they spending it on? What kind of project are they spending it on? And they do the same thing, but then they want to throw the rock and hide their hand behind them. Even the latest one that they are rating, $28 million. About some film say something that they want to bring. They just want to make Samuel Pewee popular. And they will really make him popular because this one is going to fall flat on the face, and Samuel Pewee is now going to get public sentiments. It's going to be a huge public sentiment. I'm just so sorry for this government. I don't think Joseph Boakai, like I always say, my people, Boakai is not in control of this government. He is the worst president that ever tread our ground in our country. He doesn't know what is going on. He goes to work 12 o'clock and go home 2 o'clock to sleep. He doesn't know who is doing what. People around. Asset recovery. Are they corruption cases now? Are they corruption investigators now, or the asset control people, or asset recovery people? What is LACC job now? So they just jumble everything together, and they want to make us to believe that they are fighting corruption. No, this is witch hunt now. And I just want to register my voice on that. This is complete witch hunt, and there's nothing else we can think about the latest letter from the LACC about $28 million. I just want to say thank you guys, and I really listen to all of you, and I thank you for really discussing this issue.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I wanted to go to what my friend Robert was saying, and I applaud Brother Gibson for his intervention. Robert, you it's good to ask the question you asked, right? And the only legal answer to the question is why Samuel Pewee was not guilty and other people were held liable. There is just one legal answer to that question. It's a legal maxim that says criminal liability is personal, it's not collective. So the role each person play in the joint enterprise will be individually scrutinized by the juror. So, I mean, it happens. But the substantive issue that Robert raised, which I think we need to zoom in on, is that Mr. Boakai has become everything he criticized. And by just doing this, it rendered him to be a useless leader. For example, the Unity Party government, the element within the Unity Party government, accused the former leader of traveling with large delegation. Today, Boakai is traveling with over 40 people. Boakai is not like John McAfoley that say, in order for the country to save money and to build roads and bridges, I will grant my cabinet. Boakai is traveling with bigger delegation than Joe we are now. And some of the people who are largest are today on some of those delegations, and you can't hear a mumbling word. All right? Bouaka and his people, even though George Weah, before coming to the presidency, was a millionaire, a reputed millionaire, recognized millionaire. When he wore an expensive shoe, they would take picture and put it on Facebook. Bouaka, who came to the presidency as a pensioner and somebody who lives on loan, today he rides the most expensive vehicle in the country. Luxury, Leicester, bulletproof car. Bouaka wears a very expensive watch. This is an 80-year-old man who lived on loan and who was a pensioner. What is he doing for his legacy? If I reach that particular age, I should be talking about what I will leave behind, not to be flaunting with wealth, showing wealth, exuding wealth. So Bouaka is not, he cannot even be compared to Julius Nyerere, who will sacrifice his comfort for the forward advance of Tanzania. He's not even John McAfoley, who said, I will grant my cabinet to make sure we save money. Correct? So you are looking at a president that is living lavish while he breaking down the homes of poor people, while he flying luxury plane. So he has become everything he criticized. This rendered him useless as a leader, and as such, I think the Liberian people need to stand up and say, enough is enough. This is the time to do it. Instead of focusing on the welfare of the people, you're focusing on yourself. Bouaka's son associated with B. Martin, he said he's doing consultancy. He's milking that place, taking money. That's why today B. Martin is like what? An untouchable cow. It is their pepper bush now. And the Liberian people from Cape Man, they are feeling the pinch of what B. Martin is doing. I think now more than ever is the time for us to say enough is enough. I'm encouraging Liberian people who are listening to this show to join the rally that is scheduled for what? Is it July 17? There's a rally that is scheduled for July 17, organized by some pro-democracy groups in Liberia, including STAN, that is headed by Moba Molu. We need to join the rally. We can't just talk now. We got to take action. It's now time to act, because Bouaka has betrayed himself, betrayed the Liberian people. He has become everything he criticized. And I think it's enough.
Let me go to Ink. Seleke. Let's look at Mr. United Twan. You know him very well, don't you? You are muted.
Qualify it very well, then I don't think that's what it is.
Okay, but you know him, don't you?
Yeah.
The reason we are asking is the reason I'm asking is that he was acting justice minister. Some people would say very far removed from the signing of the check, the cashing of the check, the spending of the money. But he was found guilty for economic, he was found guilty, not guilty for economic sabotage, but he was found guilty for theft of property. He's the only one that was found guilty of theft of property for the justice minister. Everybody else that within the financial realm, they were all found not guilty. Do you have any idea why? What would be the rationale?
No, I wouldn't know what was in the jury's mind to come up with that decision. I mean, to conclude that indeed one of the accused actually was involved in taking the money is, I think it left everybody wondering, even I'm sure the prosecutor, because at most it would appear that the UNE had thought that if everybody had gone free and Samuel 12 was the one found guilty, I'm sure that's what they wanted. So I'm sure the guilty verdict on the acting justice minister even shocked the prosecutor. That's not what they had thought. They thought that if Twe was not guilty, they don't think anybody else should have been guilty. But again, we should wait to see what happens when the case go for perhaps retrial, if the judge will grant one, considering that the defense counsel have made that appeal for a retrial. But like I said, that would be that was shocking, and I'm convinced that even the prosecutor was themselves shocked, because if that was not the case, they would have considered that they won a case, but because they didn't expect that, they thought it was only 12, and 12 should be the one found guilty. He wasn't found guilty. Technically, it would mean nobody else out there, and so they never thought that. So I guess later on, they try to respin the whole narrative on, oh, at least we get one person guilty, but it's shocking, and it makes the retrial, if that will be granted, even more interesting to see the basis of evidence that convince that say this man was found guilty in that direction. You know, so, yeah.
Let me go to Tomalin. Tomalin got his earful today. Tomalin, this one this says here. What do you think about what Anthony Johnson, Councillor Johnson, was saying? If you said Tomalin Jones stole $1.5 billion, okay, which is theft of property, means physically taking something that belongs to somebody and depriving other people of the luxury. He said there would be about maybe 100 bags or 100 bags of money that you will have to take from the central bank. Bags, 100-pound bags and bags and bags. There has to be some camera, footage or camera. You got camera everywhere. What did they use to take hundreds and hundreds of bags of money? Did they bring trucks? Did they bring U-Haul? Is there any evidence? No camera? They couldn't provide anything. That's a lot of money. What do you think?
But what I understood today is that from this case, I think Seleke was talking earlier. Somebody was saying the government, this government, future government, have to be very careful, because what the case did, they expose a lot of stuff, especially when you have Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson is a very smart lawyer. He said when they found a way to capitalize on the government blunder, they took advantage of it. There are certain part of the National Security Reform Act is specific that they can use any money for a certain purpose. Only time that money you can ask about that money is you do an audit. Okay, so and the president can authorize the use of a particular funds for covert operation. And as he also said, he's not on obligation to tell you what the operation is about. So you see, so now, but this government are trying to make them to go forward to expose what they did use the money for. And now you and I see this very government, they are now taking the NSA budget, they put the money, funding money to NSA budget for the same thing that the other government have done. So they expose a lot of stuff. And mind you, for the fact that Tomalin had a strong lawyer, he took advantage of what he did. When he read the National Security Reform Act, he read the PFM law, and then the act of the legislature that created the National Security Council, everything, and how they defended that case. And as a result, the government now had a strong legal team. The prosecutorial team was not too strong. And you can see that Adler Johnson then saw all the loopholes and then took advantage of it and made a good defending case for Tomalin and his colleagues. So,
but that man against that other soldier general against Pingley could have a win case.
Yeah, the man, when the case started, he said we got a lot of evidence. We prosecuted the case. He was boasting and bragging, and then he made fun of himself. And then today, Justice Minister sat today and try to well, because right now people are calling for him. In fact, from what I'm gathering, people in the UP they are calling for him to be dismissed, seeing they told him to go. Then the Burger said the man made a little foolish. All our target, first of all, we couldn't arrest Troy and put in handcuff, and so the other let him. What the guy name? What the man name? The guy from immigration.
But the thing
Steve Zago.
Yeah, they let Steve Zago to go because they want to say I got to grab from the airport.
But let me ask one quick question, man. Ask it again, please help to answer. Is it true that during the trial, the guys could not produce the actual copy of some of those document that was when they were producing photocopy or carbon copy.
I mean,
I mean, like how in this day and age, how do you go? A government go to court, you get original copy of transaction, like check nothing, then you carry. I mean, a serious. I mean, I don't know.
But I mean, comrade, there is a consensus around the intelligent point you're making, right? And that consensus is what you don't have, you can produce or you can give. This government has no evidence upon which to prosecute the case in question. The case, I was here the last time and say it needed not to go to court because it was a national security issue. But the government you're dealing with is not interested in the law. All they want to do is to weaponize the court against people who are perceived political opponents or the opposition bloc. Look at what we're dealing with now with even the Fonati Kofa case.
Yeah,
the Fonati Kofa case almost at its end point when the jurors started to deliberate and question some of the things the government presented as evidence. For example, they produced a recording in the Capitol building, the Arson case. The man who parking chair in the video, that white man, and they say that a black man here, he don't want to burn the place. Juror look at it and say, but yeah, you will show about this thing you're doing here. By the time the jurors try to scrutinize what was presented in evidence, they see Solicitor General, he went and said, we're disbanding the jury. Without even the judge investigating the claim. And Vincent Welle is my good brother from Riverside. But for some reason, strangely, I understand when they're talking upstairs, he admitted to the error that, oh yeah, I ain't investigate. But if you investigate, how did you disband the jury? And the jury deliberating now to pass ready. Because they knew that cover was going to be victorious. That's why they did it. They disbanded the jury and they said the change of venue. Now there's an appeal now at the Supreme Court. So the government is not interested
They don't have
scrupulously following the law. All the government is interested in is running after opposition people and locking them
in
up.
jail. Yeah.
But you saw and this guy was making a point here. And we'll go back to this point. This government, when it came to power, one of the things they accused Joe of, oh, Joe create job. Ask the government today, how many jobs have they created? The president, even though a Baptist deacon, brazenly lied through his teeth and said he created 70,000 jobs. Liberian people, common people in the they said, no, don't bring nothing to us. They said, if I get fear for God, If I get fear for God, how can you begin deacon? 70,000 jobs, nobody can point to one. Where's the evidence? Everything that Bwaka and his people have made are falling apart in the face of the public. Because no evidence to support it. They just gave Bwaka a piece of paper, he just read it. He himself will not even scrutinize what they gave to him. I remember on one occasion, these same people gave Madam Sally some of the same statistics. She wanted to go read the statistics during the scene sooner. She laughed about it. She said, my people gave the paper to me, but I'm not sure what they're talking about.
Yeah, I remember that. I was sitting right in the hall that day. I was sitting in the hall.
Bwaka could not even humorize what was presented to him. To say, oh, 70,000 jobs, my people see. You know, it is important for us to make this point. When the president himself is in denial, then he can't make changes. The president must be aware that what they're giving him to read is questionable. Then he can push the lieutenant and say, look, the thing you're giving me, I'm reading it, I don't believe it, you're not going to do well. Look, let's come for a simple example. The recent back and forth between President Bwaka and Madam Sally regarding the city. How can anybody in the right mind argue that Bwaka will clean the city when he's in denial that the city is dirty? Madam Sally is saying, this city is dirty. Bwaka said, no, but you're making a mistake. When I have a vice president, I think you did when I clean. We clean more than you. Can you imagine this? You rather think a president that is in denial of the unfolding reality will be able to make changes or make amends? The president must first concede that the city is dirty, then he can put the Senate mayor and say, you got to do better. But the president is in denial. He is telling his former boss that she is the one now lying. Can you imagine that? And I came here the other time and told you, during the training of Madam Mary Bro, that city hall, that city you see so, even to do the demarcation where cars were parked, it was Mary Bro and own ingenuity. You could have gone to the city hall, Monrovia City Hall, sit in the toilet and eat. I may be exaggerating, but it was as clean can be. Today, go there, go around the city. The former president is saying we got to do better. The city is dirty. Bouaka is in denial. When you have a leader that is in denial, brother, you can't change the country. The leader must be the first to say, my people are not performing. You're telling me you created 70,000 jobs. I don't see the evidence. My people are crying day and night. They don't have job. You got to do better. That is not Mr. Bouaka. He and his people are in denial. So soon and very soon, they will have to deal with the wrath of the people. Like I keep saying, Bouaka has become everything he criticized. No job. Bouaka didn't produce job. President get big delegation. Today, Bouaka delegation bigger than anything. President Garguah in luxury. Today, Bouaka is in super luxury. So
what about Jackson? What about the what's about the drug test they were parading all over the place? He was taking, his vice president was taking, and going all over the place. You know, look, I'll ask you one question though. That'd be fair here. I think this old man main good for Liberia, but it get to a point when you get to a certain age, you can't function much. The only thing age play a major for the cognitive, the ability to remember certain things or to even understand certain things. The only thing he had gotten to that point that he probably don't understand what's going on again in his government.
No, but you're right. I mean, this is scientific, and that's why sometimes when we come here, and we can't always do it, but to be honest, we got to blame some of the people who inflicted Bouaka upon the country. Yeah. Because people should have known. The evidence was in the public. The man was vice president for 12 years. Up to this time, he still cannot figure out what to do for the Liberian people. What is this? You talk about the drugs thing. When Bouaka came, he told drug test. And I said, but Bouaka, nobody have ever accused you of taking drugs, except for one of your sons, who people believe he can smoke more than a Zopoep. But you yourself, nobody knows, nobody thinks you can take drugs. You should put more emphasis on curative or preventative, right? What's the facility? What facility do we have in Liberia to take people who are drug abusers to and say, we're going here to treat? What is a preventative measure? My friend A.B. Kromah and a few of the other brothers, they put them to the place there. A.B. Kromah, you know, very energetic guy, zero tolerance on drugs. Whatever happened with he and his deputies, today nobody can investigate. That's what I'm saying. If the government really want to fight corruption or deal with some of the vices in our country, the decadence of the country, the first thing it starts with what? Investigation. When you investigate and you find out there is a fault, then you penalize that fault. When you penalize that fault, then other people cannot do what you just penalized. Well, it's not Bouaka case. All those people who were fighting among themselves, whether they were fighting over proceeds or drugs money, we don't know. But they just asked them to go and they brought new people there. How do you deal with this? So we are dealing with a president that doesn't have the energy. He doesn't have the stamina to run the country. And it is a shame. It's problematic. It's deeply problematic.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief and Councilor Jackson. Let me thank you. I listened a lot, and that's why I didn't ask any question. I was just kind of taking most of what you said, even Councilor Ma as well as Councilor Johnson. But one of your colleagues is watching, Councilor Freeman, Wanda Freeman, and this will be my last input, and then I'll thank you and take it down. Yeah, he is arguing that the charge of the charge that was levied against the accused by the government was too broad. He is suggesting that they could have probably gone for 0.1, misuse of public money, or 15.82, theft of property. Do you think this charge that they levied against them was too broad, and that meant economic sabotage? You think that was too broad to prosecute?
Wait, but before Jackson answer, I was, Mr. Nagbe, that question the person is asking. Two lawyers told me about the same thing. They said, they said sometimes, apparently, and like everybody's saying, their target was somewhere to where they wanted. I think their goal was just make. They felt that okay, we'll grab to where with disgracing, handcuffing, putting him there. So, but because what they did, they said Tomalin, when you are a prosecutor and you overcharge someone, that's what you get. When you overcharge, come with all these charges, and like you said, the guy said, it appeared you are in the room. The man said, if they had come up with the fund and say, okay, the money was misused, okay, that would have been something they could, but it came with all the charges on to it. And then number two, the guy said to prosecute in a security case where they have a national security council, and he said even when they brought the defense minister, the chief of staff there, it wasn't that time because see, Alan Johnson was smart. He said the security council have the right, the president can decide who will be in a meeting or not. Yeah, he forced them to keep you in a meeting. It's about need to know. We want you to know it, then we'll bring you in. You think all the things they're doing there around something, you think Chong and put everybody in a room? No, so you think you put that guy there, a toxic and garbage. Man, you don't put in a meeting room. But the person said, I want to agree with the question the person asked. Yeah, go ahead.
No.
Somebody wants to say something. Yeah, go ahead. You answer the question. Go ahead.
Thank you. I know another said good evening to you guys, man. This is Abraham Conan. You know, it's just like you guys, Brother Nagbe and then Tomalin, you guys just took my what I was contemplating on here. You know, when you overcharge and you can't prove it, it kind of defeat the purpose of your prosecution. Because first, I think it was Jerome talked about you got to get a trace of somebody moving bad money somewhere to clean it up somewhere. They could not even prove that in court. But my question there, I don't know where Jackson. What is the specialization of Fayad? Is he a criminal lawyer? Secondly, if such charges are drawn out, I think it should be sanctioned by the Attorney General of the country even before you go for prosecution. Because I tell you what, people like PC go as Solicitor General before he goes to court to prosecute a case. It was kind of drawn up by him and the Attorney General. They will come to the consensus and say, yeah, this is a winnable case. But if you're going to draw a charge, look, Tomalin, if you charge a man for murder, and then in the final analysis, it's established that it's a manslaughter, that man walk away free despite the fact that he killed somebody.
Yes.
If you can't prove so it's a difficult thing, but again, these are all haphazard thing they're doing. Like somebody, I think it was Seleke talking, but the guy can't even speak English good. And he was so boisterous talking about it that they got the proof. So this is the case that they are losing here. Money laundering is nothing small. You got to go trace. And secondly, Minister Pewee was just there to disburse. He was there to spend the minister. The man sent money, so it was traceable to the central bank. And you could not show any record that he went to central bank to take a dollar from there for the money that he disbursed over there. So how can you hold him responsible? Now, he testified for himself. From my understanding, Tomalin, the Minister Pewee was very convincing to the jurors to the point that he spoke like a legal mind, which of course he's not, but he defended himself in the court that he was very convincing, to the point that the prosecution could not even trace any question to him. That's what, and then lastly, I heard Jackson talking about it. The Fanatic case, yes, like I stated the other time, that case was at the verge of being concluded. The police and the prosecution told you that they had geothermal videos and everything. Tomalin, are you aware that even the people that brought from Minnesota to go over there, they never took everything in the court for that prosecution? For the case?
Yeah, I mean, I saw that. I got a report to our news straight that.
It was very convincing. It was very convincing, and nothing was traced to his co-defendants. So they never took it to court to prosecute him. That's why you see the dancing around the thing, dancing Kehleboe around it. They want to take it somewhere so that at all costs they can get some kind of conviction on the people. And mind you, that's about false representative you're talking about. When they get convicted, they're going to be removed. That will be criminals. They're going to be removed. But the Bwaka government is not thinking about it. I just wanted to point those things out, man. But God, great show. And then Jackson can throw some light on it.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for the question. When the government case is politically motivated, this is what you get. Because in law, even if you sentencing somebody, right, the sentencing cannot be grossly disproportionate to the offense. Somebody take basically say, I'll send you to jail for 20 years. I said, brother, you can't do that. You know what I mean? Similarly, you can't go and overcharge a case. When you try to be dramatic, then you don't have the evidence to back the case out, then it falls apart like a cheap Chanico suit. This is what happened to the government case. It are falling apart like one cheap Chanico suit. The question he asked regarding the professional competence of some of these people, in Liberia, I don't really know what fire expertise is, but many of the people, like I said the other time here, in Liberia who claim to be counselor at law, there is no specialization. They go, they graduate Louis Adolphe Green School of Law, they practice sometimes 3 years, some of them 5 years, and go and sit the Supreme Court bar. When they pass, they become big counselor at law, and then they be marching all over the place. So there is not a high degree of specialization in Liberia jurisprudence. Many of the people who go to court, they are not specialized. Councillor Oswald Tua, who is the Minister of Justice, doesn't have a reputation of being a serious criminal lawyer. Matter of fact, he doesn't even have the experience of being an attorney general. The Councillor Oswald Tua used to run a private law firm where they just used to deal with issues of encumbrances. People get debt, somebody owing the other thing. Just do corporate thing. Basically, he looks like a kind of corporate guy in a private legal firm. He have not been tried and tested in public office in the criminal jurisprudence. He has not. He doesn't have that record. He's not like the late T.C. Good who be in substantial practice, being in the government terrain, public prosecutor. He's not a public prosecutor. He doesn't have that credential. And that is a shortcoming. I don't know how Bwaka got him to be Minister of Justice. I'm told he was on the board of the United Methodist Church. These are the people who encouraging what we see. The United Methodist Church now is going to be controversy about what kind of thing they're doing there. They're carrying a liberal lesson to the extent. I don't want to be overly simplistic, but the controversy that have engulfed the United Methodist Church. That Oswald Tua, they're behind those things. So he just comes from a private corporate world. He's not a tried and tested courtroom prosecutor. No, he doesn't have that. I don't know. He doesn't have that. So that's why you see the level of competence now, incompetence now that's showing in the public. You see the level of incompetence beginning with, like my friend Robert always saying, beginning with the interpretation of the Supreme Court's opinion regarding the Funati Kofa removal. I was here repeatedly and telling you guys that Funati Kofa won the case based on what the Supreme Court has said. All the lousy government supporters who were saying, Kofa law, that's a draw mark. When the Supreme Court came back and explained itself, it was on our side. What did they say? They bowed their head and went quiet. Uncharacteristically, they just remain quiet now. And then what did they do? These same people pass another law and say everything that the Supreme Court declared void and of no effect, today is law. This is the place Liberia is currently. Liberia is at a shameful place with the government not respecting the laws. So, brother, the question you ask, these people don't have the competence to prosecute any serious criminal case because it's not there. The experience is not there, the knowledge is not there. You can't take a guy from one corporate office and say, now go and you're going to be criminal prosecutor. No way. What you're going to get is what the government got. And let Councillor Oswald Tua come here and tell me, say, I'm a criminal lawyer. He is not. He is not. So that is the problem we're having. This is the problem we're having. The problem is compounded by the government desire to persecute people, to put its opponent in jail. You first now a criminal lawyer, so you don't have the skill to acquire good evidence to go to court, then you compound it with political vendetta. Old Samuel over there, he put taxes on Bwaka, pension money, so we are carrying the jail. Old Samuel is believed to be CDC intellectual guru. He is an intellectual heavyweight for the CDC. If I'm keeping him in jail, CDC will not have any chances. This is what you're going after. You're not going after anything grounded in law. This is the dilemma of the government.
Also, maybe this is Liberia, and because I'm a Liberian, and I know that there are. I've listen. Not even that I know or I've seen some really smart Liberian lawyers, but most lawyers, Tomalin, and maybe Isaac can expand on this. Most lawyers, you will see them. They're very charismatic. They're not just intelligent, right? They're well-spoken people. I look at some lawyers in Liberia. Some of these guys can't even speak properly.
Right.
And the Solicitor General is one. The Solicitor General is and I wonder how he became a lawyer. Listen, I could be wrong, but just his handling of this case is, the way he engaged the press. Even when he knew that. Listen, again, maybe Liberia is different, but for a lawyer, for me, I've said that the minute I saw the Attorney General interpret the Supreme Court ruling, a ruling that was very clear, even to the layman, rather than saying, Mr. President, this is what the Supreme Court has ruled, and we must respect the Supreme Court ruling. There's no room for interpretation. For them to have interpreted the Supreme Court ruling the way they did, just to fit a political narrative, I thought was dangerous. And I said to myself, what is wrong with this guy? But when you look at some of what I've heard, and I've heard the Solicitor General speak. This guy doesn't speak well, and I just want to say, I think the Unity Party folks, if you look at their chat rooms, those guys, for the past few days, their chat rooms have not been happy. They've been calling for his dismissal. They've been calling for his dismissal. But you know that Joseph Boakai got there, that Joseph Boakai friend. And so, listen, like I said, they need to just forget about these cases and focus on the delivery of the Liberian people promises. Because on the fight about what they are trying to do, it just doesn't make sense. So if I was making any recommendation, I would say, go back to the drawing board, focus on all of the promises. I think a lot of great promises, and try to deliver that, because at the end of the day, you will be judged on those promises and how well you deliver on them. Nothing else. Because unless you decide to fight this thing here, from a balanced perspective, especially with the loss of this case, is always going to be seen as you are witch hunting, or you're targeting folks, and it's not a good look. That's just my take on it.
Mr. Nagbe, anything for close?
No, I was just hanging around out of courtesy. I'm done, but thank you guys very much. It's been a great show tonight. Thank you.
Yes.
So in concluding, because I myself gotta go. In concluding, let me say, I think Rabo is making a difficult call upon the government. This government is irredeemably corrupt. They're not going to make true the promises they made to the Liberian people. With a capacity there for truth-telling. So, for example, the government promised the Liberian people that it was going to fight corruption. You really think the government has the wherewithal to fight corruption? Well, Boakai himself is not operating beyond suspicion of any kind. He's not operating beyond suspicion. The man was living on loan. Look at his current lifestyle. Just do a simple lifestyle audit. And you will know that Bouaga is not living beyond suspicion of any kind. Look at his children. How they living. The man who promised to fight corruption, he's the first person to get diplomatic passport to somebody who is publicly known to be a black money scanner. All right? The guy in Japan who tried to rob the Japanese ranking official who was not Barakoto, right? It's public knowledge that this guy, he's always lived like this. Bouaga gave him diplomatic passport. Mohammed Ba. It's public knowledge that Mohammed Ba had been tricking people, but he Bouaga's son friend. So Bouaga gave him a diplomatic portfolio to do what? I don't know. So the government is irredeemably corrupt. If the government wanted to lead by example, PPCC, ask anybody who wants to be earnest. The PPCC under the administration of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was one of the strongest bulwarks that protected public governance, public finances. Today, the PPCC has been known as though Bouaga was not vice president in that government. The Sirleaf government claimed the corruption perception index because of these accountability institutions that is erected. Today, Bouaga is raking down all of those accountability institutions. PPCC go there like it's non-existent. The government just procuring in the absence of the PPCC. Nobody asking questions. Nobody cares. The PFN law. My friend today, who the Minister of Finance, when he was in opposition in Uganda, every day he used to call me talking about how CDC violating PFN law. Today, he is comfortable with violating the CPFN law that he used to quote. So the government is irredeemably corrupt. It's not going to change. The Bouaga said he was going to empower our people. Who is Bouaga empowering now? Lebanese. To the disadvantage of the Liberian people. Lebanese people are all over controlling our economy. They're taking homes, breaking down homes of poor people to give Lebanese people access to erect stores. This is Bouaga, Liberia. Promoting and expanding poverty across the country. People homes got demolished, they are living under bridges. That's Bouaga. So, the rabbi said these people, they got to be true to their promise. Brother, this was a promise based on skin. That's why the last time when I was here, I said, look, you don't blame the corn, blame the corn man. That's why governments around the world, they don't hold liable those who are duped. They go to the people who con those people. A black money man skin you and you're already in distress, we can't blame you. The government will go after those who con you. Today, the people who con the Liberian people are the people who are supposed to pull out and tell them, say, you con the people. You erected, you brought on board a government that just dallied, that just engaged in ordinary lies. And you are unfit for purpose. You are incapable to govern properly. We encouraging our people not to engage or indulge in passive complacency. We should not do that. Don't be complacent. Don't say, okay, it happened now, so let's just let it go. No. Look at the speaker. These people are millionaires overnight. They have become millionaires overnight. They're dividing peanut here and there, and you're going to fall for that? You got to tell them enough is enough. Enough is enough. So I'm calling on our people. If your homes got demolished, without any fair and just compensation, it is your time to speak. Democracy is about ordinary people taking power back to themselves. It's not about those who are in power. It's about ordinary people. If the people in power are not serving you well, if every day they break in your home and you got to go live in the street, if you can't get food to eat, if you go to sell your business and nobody can buy your business because the government people sending all the money overseas, it is your time to speak and say enough is enough. If your former officials who did their best today, they're being persecuted and dragged to court without any fairness in the process, it is your time to speak. The Liberian Constitution is very clear. It says all power is inherent in the people. And if their safety and their happiness is at stake, they say they can change the government. That's what the Liberian Constitution says. That's what the Liberian Constitution says. Article what? Article 17 of the Liberian Constitution gives all of us the right to assemble and petition the government to do right. Your right to protest is guaranteed. Your right to speak out is guaranteed on Article 15. It is your time. Mobile Molu and the pro-democracy groups in Liberia, they are calling on you, the Liberian people, don't go into slumberland. Don't be complicit in anything, because if you don't stand up, you will be complicit. Don't go to sleep. It is your time to stand up for your right. And say, Bwaga, you deceive us. You got no desire to change this country. You are interested in enriching yourself. Brother, how can somebody be 80? I'm concluding. How can somebody be 80-year-old and still yearn for more comfort? Brother, how sensible is this? If you're 80-year-old now, brother, you should be tired. You can't be glory in
we're already standing up in the CNC. Come and join us. Come and join us. We're already standing up in the CNC. Come and join us.
Okay, 1 minute. So the last thing is, how many people in Liberia Bwaga have put go wild on their hand? Least to say put food in the stomach. If you have not been able to do so, it is your time to stand up and say enough is enough. Bwaga, have a nice day. I thank the Liberian people for listening. I thank you guys for providing this forum for us to communicate with our people. Thank you and good night.
That's Attorney Isaac W. Jackson, the only man of the generation to meet the late Queen Elizabeth. Isaac W. Jackson Jr. But look, thank you, Mr. Nagbe. It's been a good show. Thank you too. Quickly, I know today we left all, we shall discuss a lot of stuff, but because we had the show took a different turn. But the Chief Justice Nyenwolo Gbese have clarified that he did not order an investigation to an alleged jury tampering in the $6.2 million case. That's not true. That story is false and misleading. And then the asset recovery people today, you know, they decided to they went after decided to they still believe they just got to get 12, so they try to send a letter today about some $20 million in rice subsidy. I don't know how you got to do with that, but we already reacted to it and are prepared for it. President Boyka returned home today after a successful trip at the 2026 Africa Forward Summit in Nairobi, Kenya. And the ANC, the opposition alternative National Congress, they denied reports that Councillor Moriah Yakuda was dismissed. And they also affirmed that Councillor Yakuda and Mr. Cummings, the political leader, have a strong ties. In fact, Moriah left that job, I think, almost 3 years ago, if I'm mistaken, as chief of staff. So she being part in her law practice. So that was another propaganda that came out today, but were quickly dismissed by the ANC. And then the former vice president spoke in strong defense of Councillor Yakuda today. She said that propaganda cannot erase her legacy. Councillor Chief Joel Howard, the former vice president, defending Councillor Yakuda against the propaganda and attacks coming from the ruling establishment. And also, so that was it today. That was the headlines coming from Liberia today. Tomorrow we have another show. So I want to say again, thanks for watching, thanks for listening. And that's the closing argument. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Oh, by the way, today was the 113th birthday of our late 19th President, William Richard Torbert Jr. President Torbert, if he was alive, he would have been 113 years old today. And I want to say peace to his blessed memories, and may he continue to rest in peace. And I still believe he's one of Liberia's greatest, if not the greatest leader of Liberia so far. I don't really see anybody who come close to him. Torbert was a visionary. Torbert did a lot of stuff. He launched the Green Revolution policy to make Liberians self-reliant food production, but by the time he tried to go into it, the coup took place. He was credited for what they call total involvement for higher heights. And he also brought about rally time. And then Torbert, don't forget, Torbert, he built low housing. Kamara Estate was built by Torbert. Stephen Torbert Estate was built by Torbert. You know, that's why I tell people we're still living in Torbert and Torbert, Liberia. I don't see what much people have done. We're still living all these things. Torbert built Kamara Estate. He built Stephen Torbert Estate. And he also graduated from the University of Liberia College at the time, 1934 graduate. Damn it, what? Wow, I thought my pa was just born. Torbert graduated from LU. At the time of Liberia College in 1934. But he's one of my favorite Liberian leader, if not the favorite Liberian leader that I've come to admire, President William R. Torbert Jr. And then again, I see there's another issue that brewing. Maybe we'll discuss it tomorrow. The political advisor to President Boyka, Magdalena Cooper, I see her, she's trying to show a job at the foreign minister. And Councillor Pearl Brown Boo. I'm trying to get Councillor Pearl Brown Boo to come, perhaps maybe tomorrow or the day after. I want to come on the show. And I think she responded by dealing with Magdalena Cooper. I don't know what's Magdalena's problem, but I don't think it's fair for her to be throwing a job at the foreign minister. I don't know what she's doing that for. But again, you know, I mean, say you want to say, but I think Sarah is doing a great job as foreign minister. That's why President Boyka continued to impose his confidence in her, and she enjoys the president's confidence because everywhere he travels, she's always on his right, by his side. So, but Magdalena Cooper got to chill. And also, again, all those who keep on, I think you notice the forces that have been attacking Councillor Mariah have been they came on retaliatory strikes. A lot of people who support Councillor Yekula responded in kind to them too, went after them. So I think today if you're fighting war, you will notice that today I think they were in defensive mode, because a lot of random firing came from different forces, different sources to respond to them. The attacks on Councillor Yekula. So it's just starting. But I can tell you, all those who are attacking this young lady, when the time comes, she'll respond in kind. You know, that's why I get. And she's a fierce fighter, resilient person. She doesn't back down. But some of them just came up with lies, already lies on the young lady to destroy her. But she's okay, and I can tell you, she's okay. But we're watching. Let's see what happens. We're watching the Magdalena Cooper as she continues to attack the foreign minister. I think she continues. I think Boyka will have to make a choice and see which one of them more important to him. And let's see what he get. Let her go. Let's see what will happen. But watching it. So, folks, that's it, man. Have a great evening and good night from our end.
appointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to beat? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Baka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Baka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Baka, if all of them were taking the President Baka and behaving the President Baka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they don't have. They do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately. Come on, Liberia. Inform them the violence or still any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Brothers administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Brothers administration. They care that happy. We have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Brothers administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like Boy and Water with impunity, while our children saving opponents and lodging in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First blow. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Whether can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boakai presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Boakai is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
There's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in the war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
The young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forgot that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outfits, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play, for people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small road, big road, all kinds of places. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boaga. Boaga still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boaga president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boaga, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the president, Boaga, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today, we all wear the jersey of Liberia. And the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
When you elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to our country? We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.